Hello, everyone. Happy Antagonist Wednesday. Hello. Hello, Sarah, Holly, Radius, Sunflux, Greenfool, Petupon, D, Soul Samurai. Good morning. Bunger. I'm excited to see where Dutch lands. Dutch? Who's that? I don't know. Leon Shade, Moth Mist. Oh. It's Mist. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Mist. I saw you change that on backlog too. Cool. Nomad, Raph. We're really good. We're not starting at number 67 today. Why would you say that, Raph? Why would you say that? Trish, Ziggurats, Diego, Hannah, Unlucky Emperor, Shiro, Roshanaz, Turtleman, and Sebastian. Welcome in, everyone. That is a peak OST. Hold on. I have something on my cheek here. Weird. That is a peak OST. Maybe the best OST of all time in the entire game. Maybe. It would definitely get it would definitely be there in the conversation. Hello, Ray. I missed Crazy Emu and Blackbeard bet yesterday. That was an incredible bet. I was so glad that we could do that. By the way, there's a couple people mentioning they don't know exactly what they predicted for certain characters or whatever. If you did a prediction, I've decided, I kind of would like to do this, and it's kind of like not a reward, but kind of a reward for doing predictions, is if you're curious about a placement you did or a prediction you made, feel free to tell me to look it up. Like, you can ask, I won't be able to do it like every time, but I'd be open definitely to, if you're curious about something you did, ask me to look it up, because I have it right here on my phone. And I'll do it for you. I did it for a couple people the other day. There are 50 responses. There were 52 last year. So, or sorry, there are 48 responses. There were 52 last year. Not a huge amount to comb through, especially when I can check out the username. But I can check it out. So I think D and Sarah were both talking about their predictions. I can look up what you said if you want me to. Hello, Struggler. Leon, I would probably do that too. Stoof, we got to get those numbers up next year. Honestly, I think I did it too early, actually. My problem is I started advertising it like 2 months early. Oh. And I think it was out there too long. If I just went like, boom, we're starting in a week, that might be crazy. Thank you, Jellytack, for the 17-month resub. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll look up Sarah's, D's, and Leon's. Okay. One sec. Hey, there's Soul Samurai. Okay, let's see. Who comes up first? It's by recency. Okay, Sarah came up first. Sarah said Dutch Vanderland, tier 1.5. So that's what Sarah said. Yeah, screenshots, definitely, I guess, for your own reference, but I'm happy to look them up. You can do mine too if you want, but only if it's fun for you. I don't remember what I said. I'll look up yours too, Hannah. So Sarah said Dutch, tier 1.5. D said Dutch top 10. Oh, sorry, Dutch exactly 10. This is too wild of a guess, but Dutch at exactly 10. That's what D said. And then Leon, I'll look at Leon and then I'll look at Hannah's. Oh, Hannah's is right here. Dutch highest new entry. Eisenstocks to the moon. Emmett Selk number 1. Blorbo cinnamon roll cutie pie. Orochimaru takes over Kabuto. That didn't happen, but very valid. Orochimaru made the list. Oda, tiny rise, but it's not like a green arrow. It's still red, but less big number. So Oda did get a big number, but maybe after my playthrough, or my re-experience. Sangwoo falls a little bit. Nai falls a little. Yup. Xeno's above Elidibus. Interesting. Make bro shut up? No. And then Leon said Verso will be top 10 protagonists. That's what Leon said. Thank you for the streak, Ray. I was sure Dutch is going to be above Sasuke, but I don't remember if I wrote that or went top 15. Yeah, you went exactly 10. I think I said Funny Valentine and Diego would be in tier 3, maybe, which we're in right now. Are we? Oh, actually, let's show it. So let me put it on screen. This is what this is the wall of honorable mentions. But let's see where we're at. I'll give you guys a second to look at it. In this, we're in tier 3. We are in tier 3. Yep. So here, let's put this for a minute. Hey Wario. Hey Leo Bat. Dutch top 10. Beatrice drops 2 spots. Aizen stays the same or rises. Interesting. Yeah, Soul Samurai, I saw yours. Soul Samurai said, Luis, top 20. Do I consider Kenpachi an antagonist? No. I mean, look at this guy. How could this guy be an antagonist? Look at him. Look at that. It's still possible? It is. We haven't gotten Luis yet, which is kind of surprising. Haven't played Metaphor. Metaphor's great. Hello, Potato. Hello, Diamond. Am I crazy? Oh, okay. I thought I lost him. Yeah, the tiny Yachidu. Thank you again, Jellytack, for the 17-month resub. Excited to see where Dutch and Aizen rank today. Well, you know what? I'll spoil it. Dutch and Aizen are on the list. Sorry. Really, Mist? I don't think I knew you were starting that. You were on a tear. I hope you enjoyed it. Hello, Red One. Hello. Summers, good on Summers for getting into honorable mentions. Yup. Summers is great. Thank you, Trish, for the 80 stream streak. Who let me watch 80 streams in a row? Excited for today's stream. Me too. Me too. We have a lot of bets today. We have a lot of bets. We're actually starting out with a bet directly. The list has started officially. I'm just recapping. It is a big list. It is quite a big list. Oh, whoops. Hello, Red One. Thank you, Green Fool, for the 70. Oh my gosh, the 70 streams. Time to redeem, I believe. So yeah, this is the Just Missed Out list. We actually start at 153. I hope everyone's been well. I don't think I've watched any anime in the last couple days. But I finished Pokemon Legends ZA, so that was cool. And I think ReZero airs today, so I'll see that, but after the episode, after the stream. Thank you for fixing the numbers. I had to. Witch Hat? Oh, we watched Akane Banashi and Witch Hat after stream on Monday. Never mind. Yeah, so never mind. Akane Banashi and Witch Hat I watched on Monday evening. Man, Witch Hat is such an amazing adaptation. ReZero, I've liked ReZero Season 4. Episode 1 was okay. Episode 2 I really liked. I thought it was great. So I'm looking forward to Episode 3. Hello, Paladin. Yomi no Sugai, enjoying that too. I'm quite enjoying that, yeah. Hello Goose. How did I like it overall? I put a tweet in my media thread. Overall, I had a good time with it. I really liked a lot of the characters. One thing that Pokemon has never been, has always been good at is character designs. I think consistently the character designs in Pokemon games are amazing. Even when I don't love the game, the designs are fantastic. So it's full of great characters with great designs that pop and fun personalities, and it's really cute. I like the battle system a lot. Actually, I forgot to put it in my favorite gameplay list. Because it is there. Pokemon Legends ZA. I had so much fun with the gameplay of this one. Well, I don't know. I'll think about it more. But anyway, it was good. I enjoyed it. In terms of my favorite Pokemon games ranked, I put Legends Arceus top 5. I put this one more towards the middle. I really enjoyed it. I think it got a bit too repetitive and monotonous in terms of structure. There's always a strategy meeting. There's always, you have to do the same things. There's always, it's very repetitive in terms of story structure and gameplay flow, which dragged it down a bit for me, but it's still an overall very positive experience. The setting being confined to Lumiose, I was okay with that. Honestly, I was okay with that. I think Lumiose itself could have been more rich. It could have been a bit more sprawling and more stuff with it, going on with it, but the actual idea of having it in a city, I'm fine with that. Nippon Son Goku, the same stuff I've been saying about it before. I think it's technically very good. It's not something I've really connected with yet. Hey, Buzanik. Corbo! I love Corbo. Oh my gosh. Corbo's design, Jacinth's design? The designs are so great. Hey Mandela. Hey Sun. Hey Paladin. What made it worse than the base games? Redundancy. Redundancy, a lack of ambition. To me. That's a very funny sentence for me to read, Mandela. Lumiose in ZA is very lacking compared to IRL Paris. Yeah, I would expect that. IRL Paris has quite a bit of depth to it, you know? But no, I get what you mean. It was definitely, it could have had more stuff to it, for sure. But, I don't know, I was fine with it. It wasn't a negative, it was more of a lack of a positive. The architecture? Yeah, I can't say I really expected it to reflect the architecture. Do I have any interest in Pragmata? No, not at the moment. But, lately I've added more plans for my stream games, future stream games. Like, Mass Effect, Soma. So... Anyway, sorry, let's continue. Pokemon playthrough goal? We might do it without a goal. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not too interested in Pragmata right at the moment. I remembered that I had a dream where I told you about how one of my favorite mangaka was excited to see my recreation of her characters in Tamagotchi life and wanted me to update her. That is true. I've seen that. I could see your thought bubbles and you straight up just didn't believe me and thought I was bullshitting you. What the hell? Why did the form of your dream expose me like that? That's funny. I've been seeing that, what you've been doing, Trish. That's cute. Hades? Hades, yeah, Hades is a big maybe. I don't know if I'll actually do it, but anything that has, like, a chance is on this list. I don't know if I'll like the gameplay for it. Oh, I need to get rid of Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 I've already played. It's off there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've played roguelikes before. I really love the God of War roguelike, Valhalla. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, My Hero Academia, I might do that. A reread. Do I plan to play Pokopia? No. Yeah, I guess I just was not expecting Pokemon to have a cyberpunk-like city, I guess. I don't think it's a great setting at all. But all those games, Yakuza, Cyberpunk, and Persona, to me, all of their settings are positives. And to me, Pokemon ZA's setting is... It's not a positive, but it's not a negative. My enjoyment could have been increased if it was a better setting, but I'm fine with it. I think there's a lot of interesting themes attached to the setting, whereas maybe aesthetically it's not as rich or diverse or deep. I think there are a lot of interesting themes that enrich it. I can imagine roguelikes not being fun for you. No, they definitely aren't. In concept, at least. I think the story is what really had me going through the God of War Valhalla. There are elements of them that I haven't played many. There are elements of them that I could see myself not being a fan of, and that I'm not a fan of. So we'll see. Hello, Kylov. Welcome in. Hey, Gart. I'd love them to revisit the big location setting with more budget, time, and experience. Me too. But, like, for a Pokemon Legends game, especially considering what we know about Pokemon games, modern Pokemon games in general, I lowered my expectations. I didn't expect it to be Cyberpunk, Yakuza setting level, you know? But yeah, it would be cool for... Wind and Waves. We'll see how Wind and Waves go, if they make the setting really rich with that one. Thank you, Morbus Kid, for the 30-month resub with Prime. And we are now we're about to scroll up to everything we ended off with last time. So I will, we'll start the list pretty soon. You think I enjoy the characters? I think so. Well, from what I've heard, I wouldn't be surprised if I did. I'm a big roguelike fan. Maybe one day I will be. Top 5 anime-manga reaction channels. I don't really watch much anime manga. I don't know any manga reaction channels, I don't think. The only one I watch, and it isn't even for anime these days, is LM Reactions. I'm watching their Mad Men watch-through. And they do lots of anime, and I like their Attack on Titan ones. That's it. That's all I watch in terms of reactions. Waffles lost? We'll see. I believe. Enjoy the characters, but perhaps not how you get more of them. Oh, okay. I kind of... Ooh, okay, we'll see. We'll see. I kind of know what you're getting at. Recon? Well, the thing is, I don't watch Recon's reaction content because he does all the chapter reactions before me, so I can't watch them. Yeah, they said anime-manga reaction channels. If we're just talking about channels in general, yeah, Recon would be there, Fiji would be there, like, it's a lot easier to pick ones like that, but purely reactions, I only watch LM reactions. I used to watch Film Buff. I don't anymore. I don't know if he's even putting out videos lately. Danganronpa? I don't know if I'm gonna play it. I'm not sure. I used to watch Yaboe Roshi for like really fun sort of reactions, like, but that was like 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. So I don't really watch any manga reaction channels. Okay. Film Buff is a great channel for reactions, and he's a really nice guy. I've talked to him, and funnily enough, he lives in the same sort of region as me as well. He's a really nice guy. But I don't know, I haven't talked to him lately, and I don't know if he's even doing content right now, because he can tend to go on a hiatus sometimes. I'm not sure. I don't know, actually. Thank you, Kyloff, for the 8-month resub. The Dutch ranking will be so sweet, having seen how high Arthur ended up being. Arthur was 13. Thank you so much, Kyloff. Oh, did he? That's really sad. I hope he's doing okay. Proxy. Am I doing the Deuteragonist streams this month, or was that a one-off? I don't plan to do any Deuteragonist streams. That was a one-off. That was just, that was just for fun, and people took it too seriously, and that I had to delete it as a result. I do not plan any more Deuteragonist streams. But you can look forward to these regularly, obviously, and the ARC rankings. ARC rankings I'll be doing again. Was Yamai ranked? Yamai is not an antagonist for me. I'm excited for Danganronpa 2 as well, but I don't know if I'll play it or maybe just... I don't know what's extra. I don't know if I can just check out the new scenes. I don't really know what it is, and with time being a premium, I'm not sure what to make of it. There's a new route. Okay, I'm really excited for it. I don't know what to do with it, though. Okay, shall we start? Shall we bring it home today? Top 5 Deuteragonists? Okay, these are 5 of my favorites. 5 of my favorites, not necessarily my 5 favorites. Killua, Kageyama, Shinobu from Monogatari, Aerith Gainsborough, Herlock Sholmes. Any chance the ARC ranking stream will include non-anime manga stuff as well? No, only anime manga. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it for the reasons that Hannah said. I don't really know how to approach it. I think when it comes out and I see what it actually is, it'll be easier to talk about it. Or not to talk about it, to understand how I want to approach it. Hello, Finn. Entirely new story, just same characters. Oh, in that case, I should play it. In that case, I should play it. I'll wait and see what it actually is. Have I seen BBC Sherlock? Yes. Hello, Lux. Armin? Despise Armin. My second favorite character in Attack on Titan. Top 5 the Pit Season 2 characters. Robbie and Langdon are the 2 best characters, but I really like Al-Hashimi as well. I think she's a great new addition. I like, because Santos had a good season, but not as good as Season 1. Who would the 4 and 5 be? I guess Santos might be top 5 in the season. This isn't my overall The Pit rankings. This is who was the best in Season 2. Oh, Abbott, duh! Abbott kicks ass all the time. Baby Jane Doe. Abbott kicks ass. Yes, Abbott is top 5. I'll put Santos probably. I also liked, I forget her name, but the new assistant, who's with Dana a lot. I like her. I liked a lot of the new patients. Emma, I like her. I like Robbie's new motorcycle friend. I like the guy who was in Breaking Bad. I hope Dana was good this season. I think she's more... Dana's more of the same, so if you really like Dana, I think you'll really like... In Season 1, I think you'll really like her in Season 2. With a bit more focus, actually. I think. Not really a recommendation or a question, but ever since last year when you talked about antagonists and how they don't mean evil and all that, I've been thinking that it'd be really cool to have a video from you one day on the topic, and other writing or story essay videos in general. I don't know if I'd ever make a video about that, just because... Maybe a Scattered Thoughts video. Like a second channel Scattered Thoughts video? Because I don't know that to make a video essay on something, I think I'd have to have like a huge point to make. And I don't know that I'd really be able to make it work for a video essay. Like a main channel video. But yeah, the thing, all that, to me, all that an antagonist has to do is oppose the protagonist, whether it be thematically, physically, like in a sports manga or something. And I think it can be ambiguous. I think it could be nebulous. So, but then on the other hand, there are some evil characters maybe, or horrible people who are not antagonists because they are technically on the protagonist's side, like Mayuri from Bleach, for example. And yeah, an antagonist can be evil, but they don't have to be. They're not mutually exclusive. So yeah, I have a lot of, I guess, thoughts on that, but nothing, probably nothing, and not enough to make a main channel video on, but I might do a scattered thoughts video on it. Thank you for the streak, Time Lord. I will read the other JoJo's parts sometime, maybe on stream. Rated Dynamic, Robbie and Langdon. I think there's lots of great subtext with Robbie and Langdon. Especially with Langdon kind of being his protege, the prodigal son, and then him, I guess, making his way through what Robbie's kind of going through at the moment. And I love that Langdon's, I won't spoil, but Langdon's the one to have the last statement to Robbie in the season is perfect. Probably one of the best in the show to me. Double S? Yes, Diego, I put it in the Discord a while back. I have a ranking of my favorite seasons of TV. Maybe later in stream, when we make some progress, you could ask me and I can try to find it or share it, but there might not be time, I'm not sure. But to spoil, my favorite season is Black Sails Season 3, The Wire Season 4, Succession Season 4, Mad Men Season 5, stuff like that. Okay, thank you, Time Lord, for the streak. Let's start with a bet. Boom. Madara from Naruto. Or... And again, you can check out last year's list through the Top 100 command. So for reference, Madara was 61 last year, and the other one, Pain from Naruto. Twitter is loving Mad Men lately. Oh, it's so good. Not Madara or Pain. We'll give you 2 minutes to start with this one. Which character's higher, Madara or Pain? I saw these two next to each other, and I had to do the double Naruto. Do you believe or consider there to be an antagonist in Disco Elysium? The deserter. But I think that's a nebulous one too. He's in my honorable mentions. Madara's actually top 5? Yeah. While you're voting, let's see if I can bring out the top 5 TV seasons. Or it's not top 5, just favorite TV seasons. Okay, yeah, I do have it, and it's tiered. Let me put it in chat. I'll just put it in chat for you, Diego. Oh. Well. It reached my character limit of... There you go. There's my top 20. And then here's the rest. Boom. I choose Pain? Is it one-sided? Holy shit, it is. Oh my gosh. It really is. I hope so, Sarah. Madara is gayer. He got this. He is. Madara is so homosexual. It's insane. Bro was doing the most insane tricks I've ever seen. The odds are too good? Go for it. There'll be lots of bets today. There'll be 2 in quick succession. He's doing tricks on it. It's insane how gay Madara is. More than Naruto? Debatable, but like he's one of the most. Okay. Okay. 92% say pain. Damn. I gotta give you guys a harder one. Because yes, the answer is pain. Good job, most of you. Oh my god. I love when Twitch screws up my predictions. Can I do... Okay, there we go. Oh, speaking of Naruto, holy crap. So yeah, I think Madara's basically stayed incredibly steady, maybe even a slight rise since last year, -4. Nagato / Pain has gone down, and I think it's been maybe a little bit of evolution in the things I value. Because Nagato is one of the most phenomenal thematic antitheses. He has such an intimate, beautiful, emotional connection with Naruto. I think he might have just dropped because of a lack of... In comparison to the other characters around 50, 60, maybe a lack of spice, maybe a lack of something that makes me stay up at night thinking about him. But I think these are 2 masterful characters, 2 of the best characters in Naruto, 2 shonen staple antagonist villains, and they contribute so unbelievably. Madara in some subtextual ways, despite how front-loaded he is when he gets there, and Pain in a lot of, I think, very quite obvious ways. Not in a bad way, but you know. Yeah, it is, Hannah. And Madara's philosophy and connection with the Uchiha and dynamic with Hashirama, and genuinely how we were joking about him. Well, we weren't joking, but you know, we were being tongue-in-cheek and lighthearted about him being like super gay, but his obsession on his ideal of what strength is, and how the current era doesn't. It just pales in comparison, and the really tragic deconstruction and downfall of that dynamic that he had before with Hashirama, and how they weren't quite able to transcend, and then compare that to Naruto and Sasuke. It's fantastic. I have no plans for making any channel videos on Naruto. I'd actually recommend checking out I'd recommend checking out my recent video on Naruto from this year, where I explain why I don't have any plans for Naruto videos. But ironically, it's in a Naruto video. 63. Thank you, D. Top 15 of fiction in general or Naruto, Struggler? Can't help myself asking for one. Well, unfortunately, nothing's really changed from then, so I wouldn't expect any. Antagonists. Damn. That's hella high. I love it. Okay, number 63. To me, ended up being the best character in Metaphor ReFantazio, with an incredible dynamic with the main character, fantastic voice work, insane conviction, fantastic fights, a great amount of tragedy as well, subtextually, in his final scenes and moments and battles. Luis Guillaburn from Metaphor ReFantazio, to me one of the highlight characters I've met in the past 12 months since the last list. Incredible character. His dynamic with Stroll is so good. And the desperation and the way he genuinely believes and is so hurt and does the thing he does because of a genuine belief in what he's doing, and really feels like he is the hero being betrayed, I guess, by the party stand. It's emotional, it's incredibly hype and auriful. He's just all around incredible start to finish. What's up, RC? He never talks down, nope. No, that's very fair, Struggler. Honestly, anyone in this list I can see being... Obviously, like, my 100 is not necessarily close to being my number 1, but I can see it... Everyone's so good that I can see, depending on your tastes, them being super high when they're only, like, moderately high for me, sort of thing. There are today's top 100 stream. Then next week we have the top 100 fiction streams, so 3 more including today, and then the week after that, Tokyo Ghoul restarts. I'd recommend checking the Discord and joining the Discord for updates on that, because I frequently update about that, Q8. If you live by a creed, show me its strength. I love Luis. Number 62... So we're going to be doing a bet between 60 and 61. Magus from Chrono Trigger, probably just about my favorite character in Chrono Trigger, has captured my mind for 12, 13 years. One of my favorite premier shonen JRPG characters in general, incredibly evocative through his very emotional quest and relationship with Shala and the endlessness of his quest. So yeah, he's been here since the start. And then oh, he's so good, Lux. Second favorite? It's between the likes of Shala, Luca, and Frog. Yes, you do, Sarah. Also, what's up, Andres? Shala, Luca, and Frog, probably. I don't know who exactly is number 2. I hope you like it, Kyloff. Okay, now this bet encapsulates another new addition. Another new addition. I wonder which one. Sorry, one sec. Kaido from One Piece, or Diego Brando from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Parts. I don't want to say the whole. JoJo's Part 7. So people have been really surprised. Like, people have been going, maybe Diego's gonna. Like, the JoJo's antagonists are going to be top 100, maybe at a push. Like, there have been a lot of predictions that they'd be honorable mentions or on the list, but lower. No, JoJo's Part 7 has the character sauce, man. It has such incredible character writing. That they're in the upper, Diego is in the upper stratosphere, the upper, like the top 60-ish of this list, which is a huge compliment. He is just that good. And Diego specifically is probably the most significant character to me in the story, specifically because there's a section of his story, basically his conclusive stuff, and that's where I realized that this story meant so much to me. That this was not just a really good story, that this was a favorite story. That this was the moment where JoJo's actually hit for me in the way I've seen it hit for so many others. And that was on stream, and that was such an amazing moment. I Oh, it was such an incredible moment. I was in real time, for the first time in my life, falling in love with JoJo's. Can I ask for my prediction? Kaido isn't a dinosaur? That's true. Struggler, you said... Diego top 50. A little bit off. Is Ringo on the list? Ringo has not been said. Do I consider Dabura from Modulo an antagonist? No. But if I did, he'd be on the list. Kaido was 60th last year. What is the intersection between Diego and Dio? What do you mean, Andres? Welcome in, Cal. Okay, sorry. And then Kaido, I mean, he's one of the One Piece characters that people most associate with me. He was the first character. He was one of the most important One Piece characters for me because it showed. It's kind of, even though it happened before him with Hody Jones and such, it showed Oda being super experimental and creative with the character writing for his characters in general, but the antagonists. I'll give you another 2 minutes. And lots of people say Kaido is completely, a nothing character. That if you say that Kaido... I've seen this all the time leveled at me. That, if you think Kaido is great and his backstory isn't, you know, a huge L for the character, and if you think he's a highlight of Wano and one of the better antagonists, you're just making stuff up for Oda, you're just writing for him, and all that nonsense that happens when there's subtext. No. Kaido is straight up one of the best characters in One Piece, has been since his role in Wano. He actually got better through some stuff with the flashback. And him maintaining his spot or being -1 is a little bit of a rise. What do we got? Kaido is losing by quite a bit. Sorry, one sec. Sorry, sometimes I fumble around with these. Sorry, one sec. I'm just trying to make it so that I don't spoil once more. Okay. I think we're good. Remember, like, in last year's list when I straight up spoiled it? Good God, man. Good God. Okay, we're fine. Okay, so the vote says... 72% say Diego's higher, 28% say Kaido's higher. The answer is... by the slimmest... This is actually one of the hardest ones for me. By the slimmest of margins... Diego. I don't know, man, that final scene of his, and I think it's very possible. You do, Trish. I think it's very possible that actually Kaido surpasses Diego by this time next year because of the ongoing nature of One Piece, and I genuinely don't believe Kaido's story's done. Is he still alive? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. But if he is, that is the pathway for Kaido to ascend even higher. That's the pathway for Kaido to be like top 50, one of the best characters, like literally the top tier of One Piece. As of now, he's like the second tier. What's one more L for Kaido? He's used to him. The low-key elevation. -1, that's elevation. You didn't get waffles? No, I didn't give it to you yet. 1 second. Okay. Now you should get them. Now you should get them. Episode 2? Man, when we get to episode 2... You know what's funny is actually, there's so much anticipation for episode 2 and onwards of JoJo's because of this release stuff, but it's actually the weakest stretch of JoJo's Part 7. It's the worst stuff in the story. It's the worst. But it's so anticipated because the episode 1 stuff is great, and not to say it's bad. It's not at all, but it was the only part in JoJo's Part 7 where I was talking to people during stream and being like, yeah, I'm not super into it. Is Homelander on the list? He's in honorable mentions. Yes, that's true, Stoof. And characters in One Piece get elevated post-mortem. So even if he is dead. Next, a long-time mainstay. A long-time mainstay. Sorry, yeah, I know it killed your interest more, Hannah, but for a lot of people, like, I just mean generally, the public hubbub is like, get me at the next episode, get me at it, and there's tons of build-up for it. And I just think it's funny that there's so much build-up for it, considering, to me and a lot of people, it's the weakest part of the story. I don't think I even saw it, Go. Also, hello, Go. I don't think I even saw it, but I'm glad they've given Mrs. Robinson aura like that. It was like Face Stream's fake, yep. It's gonna elevate the Boom Boom? Can they even go higher? Anyway, next up. Keeping her spot exactly, which is an elevation, Burn Castell from Umineko. One of the best characters in Umineko. I think the prime core central antagonist, where Erica is the thematic antithesis, and so much more. Burn Castell is the series-spanning antagonist for me, and such a beautiful, beautiful, profound... My door! 1 sec. That was crazy. Burn Castell just came in. An extremely... What's the OST? I can't even hear it. Oh. Such a beautiful depiction of a desperate... Like, the profundity and horror of... Like, the deepest, darkest sense of existential dread and boredom. And loneliness and desolation. Been a mainstay in the list, continues to be. Incredible character. What's up, B? Kuja mentioned indeed. 69. Burn Castell's incredible. She's in my top 10 for Umineko for sure. And Umineko is one of my favorite casts in anything. She might be closer to top 8 or so. I don't know exactly. Top 10 to be safe. Hey, Colossal. The Endless Kaleidoscope. Yeah, Burn is amazing. Amazing. And same spot as last year, I believe, unless I made a mistake. Nope. Same spot. Number 58. Another old favorite. One of the most, to this day, a character that just confounds me with his complexity and how unbelievably good he is. I cannot believe Varys has no right to be as good as he is. No right, but he is literally the perfect character, considering I thought he might have been really flawed. Well, there are some things with his execution that might be not necessarily perfect. I could argue that it's not. But, like, considering all that he has, considering his role, it almost feels like he has no right to be as good as he is, as incredible as he is. This guy has haunted my dreams. He is so good. Yeah. The despair to the ascension, the way his end is recontextualized in the way that it is, and I had problems with that end, but man, how to turn that around. The sheer paradox of his fractured mentality during the parlay, how he literally cannot conceptualize an answer outside of what's been dogmatically fed to him. Man, Varys is incredible. Incredible. Oh. Andros winning? Man, anyone who associates with Varys, that's winning, inherently. Well, not in universe. In universe, you're screwed. But in terms of fiction lists, unreal Lux. And then his dynamic with Xenos. The Emmett, Varys, Xenos dynamic and all the complexities generation to generation between all three of them. It's, oh. I'm glad, Andres. Andres and I have sent essays to each other about this character over the years. It's incredible. I think he's in the conversation for the second most complex character in the whole game. And obviously complexity doesn't mean quality, but in this case it does. So good. So good. Subtext King. 57. I was so glad that they brought it around like that. Because I was really disappointed End of Shadowbringers, like Hannah says. I'm like, oh no, what have they done? They've just thrown away this incredible character. They've cut off his potential. Oh no. Oh no. Ishikawa knew. Yeah, as it stands, it's really interesting and very dense and juicy. If they front-loaded it, Andres, oh. Number 57. One of my favorite characters in Gintama, probably my third or fourth. An old favorite, a current favorite, one of the best Koyasu roles, one of the most incredible core of some of the most incredible moments in shonen I've ever experienced, Shinsuke Takasugi. Black Rose 2! Oh, it's so good. Honestly, I think probably my introduction, or the first Koyasu role I really loved. I'm pretty sure I saw Dio before that, but I don't love Dio. I love Takasugi. Oh. His dynamic with Gintoki and with Shoyo, and how can you do it? How can you have hope? Oh, it makes me so miserable. You're so brave, Lux. I have him right below Gintoki and Kagura. Me too. For me, it's between Hijikata and Takasugi for number 3. Episode 304. Oh. I haven't been expelled, have I? Next up is a character I needs no introduction because of how much I've obsessed over them on stream. One of the best characters in Bleach, Ulquiorra. A character who, on the surface level, and you just see all that he's core to and key to, and what he does for Ichigo and what he does for Aizen, and the sort of dichotomy with Grimjo, all incredibly great stuff. The fight is unbelievable, but also the subtext therein. It's Bleach, it's Kubo. Subtext all over the place. Aizen, not quite Aizen. But his last interactions with Orihime, oh my god. the heart, the Meruem Komugi-ness of it, kind of. The dark, twisted element, and how he's able to reach that salvation of human connection with Orihime, and not scare her, and her not feeling repulsed by it right at the end. Oh my god. Utsudo is a really on-point thematic antithesis. And also how throughout his entire fight with Ichigo, how he gets more and more he unravels more and more and more, and tries to convince him through all that he has, which is this combat, this fighting. Convince Ichigo, loneliness is company. There is nothing. You are foolish. Because of the pain that would result from having to confront the fact that maybe there is more to existence. He's amazing, Kylov. Incredible. That's Ukiura. Almost on tier 3. Almost on tier 3. Number 55, a character who I cannot wait. I'm about to revisit this character literally like tomorrow. This character is so for me. Yes, Tsukasa Sagawa. One of the best characters in probably the best character, the game with the best character writing. It's tough. I think of games with the best character writing, not including Final Fantasy XIV. And it's like Red Dead 2, Yakuza 0, maybe Cyberpunk, maybe Witcher 3. But I think if I had to give one game with the Infinite Wealth, if I had to give one game, one single game, that has the best character writing, the best cast, it would have to be Yakuza 0. And Sagawa is an integral part of it. The complexity with... We talked about it on Monday. Being proud of elements of Majima, go get him, Tiger, with other elements of this song is crazy during the Sagawa bit. Being genuinely cruel to him, and trying to, through that cruelty, coax him into understanding the situation he's in, and maybe his own mentality, trying to pass it on to him. A bit of a father-ish figure, but also a torturous influence. And then his conclusion... he's such an unbelievable character, and I cannot wait to revisit him. Yeah, 14 doesn't count because it has multiple games within. I'm gonna do it my own way. Go get him, Tiger. Still a better dad than Shimano? Shimano's got some crazy cookage to him. Sagawa, my love. Adore him. Number 54. One of the best Metal Gear Solid characters. The boss and core to an undescribable dynamic with Naked Snake. Undefinable, ethereal, poetic, transcendent. The hope and the despair and the legacy and the motherhood. The boss, one of the incredible character. Incredible character. Majima Sagawa as a dynamic? Triple S. Triple S. Yeah, actually, you know what? She's one higher than this. I lied. Metal Gear, yes, of great writing. Metal Gear Solid 3 has a sneaky, amazing cast. Eva as well, is such a good character and such really interesting, I guess, examinations on femininity in that setting and in general, and her relationships and her conflations with connection and the use of her sexuality. It just, and the sorrow. Man, when we get to the Metal Gear Solid 4 streams. But number 54 now is one of Toby Fox's best characters, Azrael Dreamer. One of the first names I think of or give when it comes to communication through combat and coaxing one to believe in one's ideals through defeating them, and all that sort of trope. One of my favorite, if executed well, one of my favorite tropes in anything is the foremost example is Azrael in Undertale. And that's the end of Tier 3, but yeah, overall in the grand scheme of Undertale, I don't know whereabouts, I haven't put a full Undertale Deltarune list or anything, but I think he's my second favorite character in Undertale, maybe? Maybe? Is Chris top 1? No, Chris is actually below Asgore, below Azrael, below Sans. Chris is at least at highest fourth. There's an Undertale orchestra in London? Oh my god. London get all these crazy shows. I say that without even looking up to see if they come to Canada. I'm sure a bunch do. Oh, sorry, Chris. I thought you meant Frisk. Is Chris top 1 across Undertale and Deltarune? Probably. Sorry, Sebastian. I was thinking of Frisk because of Undertale. Probably, yeah. Probably. No, sorry, Andres. I was talking about Frisk. Azrael embodies all my favorite elements of Undertale. He's so himothy. Oh, sorry. I'm like, is that a nickname for Toby? Toby Fox drizzled the super secret special Lao Gen Moss sauce all over him? No, he's incredibly efficient. And I love the how much you can glean from the subtext of a lot of Flowey's interactions too. Again, that sort of Ukiora-esque coping of forcing you into despair because confronting the alternative is so otherwise painful. It'll be in Canada too? God damn. Toronto? Well, thanks for checking, Kyloff. Chris, I think, is Toby's best character. Don't kill and don't be killed. That's the best you can strive for. 4 months till Metal Gear Solid 4. Is it really 4 months? Yeah, it is. Oh my god. Yeah, Azrael would probably be top 5-ish across both games. Chris, Susie, Azrael, Sans, Ralsei. Something like that. That might be my top 5. Use of the medium as well. Oh. Funny Valentine top 50, you said? Mayhaps? Mayhaps? Yep, that's tier 3. I can't believe up to the top 52. I can't believe these exist, but they do somehow. But now we are into tier 2. Notably, these tiers are bigger than the protagonist tiers, which are on average 10 to 12, maybe 9 to 12 per slot. But because this is 150 spots, they're bigger. So tier 2 extends to my top 52. That's the definitive top 5. Any order? Yeah. For me, that's my top 5. There's some that scratch at the boundaries of it. Like, anyway. Asgore. Maybe Toriel. Maybe, Spandam. Ringo and FV tier 2. So, you guys were... Lots of people... I guess I could just say it now. Ringo's not on the list. I think Ringo's a good character for sure. But I'm interested in why a lot of people thought he'd be... Like, not even just on the list. I think honorable mentions, fair, or maybe low on the list. But, like, a lot of people kept saying, like, where's Ringo gonna be? Is he gonna be, like, top 80? Which is really funny, considering a lot of people, like, also are like, oh my god, Funny Valentine and, Diego are in the top, like, 100. He's really beloved. But you guys saw my streams, right? I never really bought into him as an amazing character. I primarily think that it's really interesting for what it stimulates in Gyro. I think it's amazing for Gyro. Ringo's good. He's the foundation for that, but I've never really felt that much for him. Found him super interesting. I don't know. I don't buy into him like people seem to. I'm just not a huge fan. I didn't think he'd be on your list at all. I'm a massive fan, and a lot of the fan base love him to death. He's good for sure. He's good for sure. But yeah, I don't think he's, like, amazing. So yeah, sorry. I guess I can let you down with that one now. I'd be lying if he was on this list. I think he's good. And, like, someone like the likes of Kita, for example, if you look at his writing and presentation, he could be on this list. He could be in honorable mentions. He could be here. Let's put him here. Yoshikage, right? Or he might be here already, actually. Is he here? No, he's not. Okay. Yoshikage Kira. Diamond is unbreakable. And then let me fix that over here. Yeah, Kita is amazing. Okay. You like Poochie and Kita more than Ringo? Yes. Yes. Definitely. Okay. Let's continue into tier 2. Kita just wants a quiet life. Number 52. Tier 2. We've already been in the heavy hitters. We're in the super heavy hitters now. Although we have a bit of a drop, actually, with Shogo Makishima. To me, still still the best character in Psycho-Pass, but I think just my fascination with him has dwindled a little bit over the years. I think he's absolutely incredible. He's masterful. He's one of Takahito Sakurai's best roles. The way he is an example of the brokenness of the setting and society to Akane, the dynamic with Kogami, it's incredible. It's absolutely beyond words. But I guess my fascination with him and the interest in his ideas has just dwindled the littlest bit over the years. Ringo would have been an amazing far-right grifter. You know, Ringo, I think Ringo reminds me, the way people talk about Ringo and compared to my feelings about him, reminds me of Senior Pink. I think Ringo's probably a better character than Senior Pink, don't get me wrong, but it's reminiscent. Love Makishima. How high was he in your first ever top 100? I don't know, but you can check yourself through this red one. Okay. Another bet, maybe? This one's cool. This one's pretty cool. This is fun. Shinsuke Kita, Haikyuu, or Ushijima Wakatoshi, Haikyuu. They're always next to each other. They're always right by each other, because last year, look, one of them's 50, one of them's 51. Want to see last year? 50 and 51. They're always next to each other. The exact same spots, or one reversed. Every year we do this. Who's going to be the winner this year? Let's see. I've been loving both immensely this year. Kita and Ushijima, a minute to predict. There we go. How far are you into Season 3 rewatch? Hannah and I watched up to Episode 4, so we have 6 episodes left. It's been a while. I would like to continue it whenever we can, but it's been a little bit. We still have the best of the season to come. Yep. Me analyzing if our rewatches had an effect yet? I don't think so, because it's only been 4 episodes. Thank you for protecting my gift, Dad. Oh my god. You picked Ushijima accidentally? Maybe it was a good accident, maybe a bad one. You have too many points? Well, luckily, we've got plenty ahead, Strange. Samura is not an antagonist, no. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Holy shit, 84%! Last I checked, it was almost even. 84% Ushijima, 16% Kita. The answer is... this year, it's Ushijima. They switch spots. And the majority win. Oh, is that Hannah? That's funny. Tokyo Ghoul Re next week? Check the schedule on Discord. The announcement on Discord. It explains everything. We're not streaming it next week. I'm the Arteta of gambling? God damn. Thank you, Rewatch. Imagine when we actually finish it. I'm gonna have to make an addendum. Ushijima top 1. Oh, can that happen, Soul Samurai? Damn. AJ hates having his life changed by Kita? Kita's one of the most life-changing characters ever. For me. So I do hate him. Being in my top 51, despise. What's up, Ophi? I have a friend who really likes to talk about talent not being real, so I've been meaning to show them Haikyuu. Oh, they'll have their life changed. They'll have their life changed. There have been Alan Wake antagonists in the honorable mentions. Asriel holding strong, yup. Is Jinpachi Ego going to be on the list? We're in the top 50. No, he's not. I don't think of him. I don't think of any character in... It's weird for me to think of Blue Lock characters and antagonists. It's a weird one. It's a strange series for that. It does, Ophi. Very mid. Number 49. We are into the top 50. 49. This is where legends are made. Not that everyone else isn't a legend, but, like, this is serious. Flock Forrester. Every time I think about this guy, I am shocked by how ingenious his design is. Absolutely no question about it. One of the best characters in Attack on Titan. Such a defining dynamic with Jean through how they foil and contrast each other. All around, just a magnificently constructed psychology, start to finish, with very sympathetic notes, while ultimately still very much concluding that he is a very cautionary tale of how one can spiral from feelings of inadequacy and weakness and powerlessness brought about through the injustices of the world into becoming a cog in the fascist machine. He worms his way in. He worms his way in. He truly does. He's incredible. Medalist characters? Yeah, I haven't read Medalist in ages. Whenever I get back to it, it'd be interesting. There's an antagonistic duo that fascinate me with Medalist. My tax auditor. Has Lalo made it? Yeah, you can check previous years in the top 100s like this. But Lalo was higher, and then now he's in honorable mentions this year. Number 48, and -1. That's nothing, man. That's another elevation. Shows you how much he has wormed his way in. Another brain-wormy character that I just met last year. A year and a half ago? I don't know. 2 years? Kind of recently. 2 high schoolers who really like volleyball sandwiched between a Nazi and an anarchist. Well, they're in the same series as, Oikawa, so. And next, I mean, how do you describe this guy? Next to our volleyball boys. Yuhabaha from Bleach. Another one. We got another war criminal. How do you say his first name? Yuhabaha. Short form Yuha. One of the best characters in Bleach. Such a fantastically constructed psychology, and so creative, and such an incredible use of the medium and dynamic with Ichibei, and the godhood, the false godhood versus true godhood thing with Aizen, and the way that fear, the crux of his wrinkle being fear versus the courage that defines the thesis of the series is ingenious. Oh my god, I love, and the aura and the voice in the anime and the dynamic with characters like Yugram and his people and just this struggle for life. I don't know, Andres. Maybe someone who's watched the Bleach dub could answer. How did I pronounce it the first time I saw it? Ewok? Ewok? I don't know. I'm not sure. Is Yuha top 5 in Bleach? I think he's just outside it. In any given order, I think my top 5 in Bleach is Ichigo, Aizen, Kenpachi, Gin, Shunsui, and then Yuha? Something like that? But Unohana's really close, Orihime's really close, Rukia, Yamamoto's incredible, Yugram's incredible. I'm forgetting a couple. Ukiura, obviously. Masaki, no, Masaki's right there. But yeah, 48. Holding steady. You forgot how much of a Gin shooter I am? Oh my god. Defines Bleach for me. Urahara, yep. Ichibei, yep. Oh, Ichibei. Honestly, Ichibei has a show for top 5. Oh, he's so good. Ichibei destroys me. I'm low-key a little lucky that I don't consider him an antagonist. Because having to rank him would kind of scare me. And make me come to terms with some truths that might unlock something in me, I don't know. Another character, another premier shonen antagonist. Premier shonen antagonist. Who are we thinking? Who are we thinking? Dofi? Dofi? Gin? Buddy Boy? Too low for Sukuna? Dofi, Gin? Hody Jones? Hody Jones is great, but he's not on the list. Hody Jones is great, though. Any man with a homoerotic fascination? Actually, I don't know if this guy does have one. I don't know that he does. A few of you guys guessed it. Don Quixote do Flamingo. At the current moment, one of my top 5 One Piece characters, and my favorite One Piece antagonist. Although I do have to say, in the past year, for the first time I've confronted the fact, or the idea, that he might not be my... That I could see a genuine possibility on the horizon that he might not be my number 1, maybe by this time next year. Obviously, it's always been on the cards for him to not be my number 1. Kaido's really close to him. But I actually feel that if he doesn't get stuff, while the likes of Emu and Blackbeard get more stuff, he might not be at the top any much longer, which is crazy to say. But then again, if he's brought back into the story, then sky's the limit. I was thinking of Blackbeard and Emu. I don't know him, but yeah, he works for what I said. The fascination is himself. Oh, true. True. Higher than Captain Kudo. Next, one of the best video game characters I have ever seen. Last year, Sukuna, where was Sukuna? Sukuna was 37 last year. He rose 14 last year. It would, Lolo. It would. One of the best video game characters I've ever seen. One of the most interesting and fascinating psychologies and commentaries on the primary themes of the game. A character who is so AJ core. I am a shooter for him every day of the week. I could talk about him endlessly. I think he's so important and bold of a character. He's everything I look for, and he's one of the biggest reasons why I love why the game he's in is one of my favorite games of all time. Zant. Up 6. Zant from The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, up 6. I think my third favorite character in the whole franchise. Incredible. I've talked about him in my Twilight Princess video, and how unbelievably constructed and expressed this character is. Honestly, the more I think about him, the more he's... Him and Flock, I've been thinking about so much lately, and I'm like, 46 and 49. Are they too low? Maybe this time next year they'll be even higher. Zant, oh, he's incredible. He's so brilliant. So number 46, A Rise of 6, which is incredible in this economy. Okay, we're gonna do a bet between 43 and 44. But before that, number 45. A character who was actually a couple spots lower than this. And then, remember last week when I just started playing a Fata Morgana song? And I rose Jacopo like 3 spots. And I got deeply in my feels. Morgana from the House in Fata Morgana and A Requiem for Innocence. Primarily an antagonist in the House in Fata Morgana. But just this accumulation of bits of characterization coming across through through indirect stuff, through the lore of the mansion, through thoughts about her from Michelle, but then through actually properly seeing her and seeing her loneliness and her sheer emotionality and how much your heart goes out to her and the dynamic with Jacopo and how absolutely profoundly tragic it is. You barely know her. I promise she's peak, Hannah. Is Morgana my top 1 Fata character? No, it's Michelle. Michelle is. She is second. Jacopo's third. Giselle's fourth. Yeah. Hannah stopped. It's so funny. Hannah stopped Fata Morgana, finished door 7, and stopped. So we've gotten her little echoes throughout the mansion. And her give in to darkness, give in to loneliness, give in to despair. And her aura. And her, like, horror movie villain vibes, but that's about it. I adore her so much. So much. One day. I need to play this? Yes, you do. Fata Morgana is such an incredible piece of work. There was like a 6-month period where I finished Umineko, I finished Fata Morgana, I finished Amori, I finished 13 Sentinels, all in the same 6-month period. I think I finished like a rewatch of Monogatari. It was insane. Yeah, everyone, like Mayhem says, everyone should give Fata Morgana a try. It also has one of my favorite settings in fiction, in the mansion. The way it recontextualizes the texture of the mansion, the atmosphere of the mansion, the music, how horrifying and haunting it is, but also how deeply sad it is. Top 1 story, it's so good. I did ascend. And I also think it's a good contrast with Umineko, because it's so different from Umineko. There are some similarities in elements of the character writing, for instance, but they really are so incredibly different. And it's cool to have them side by side. Oh yeah, Lightning Hunter? Yeah, the character I put on the list already, Weaver, Tetsuya Ida. He's been on the list, I think, every year. I know, me too, Drunk Eldian. It's such a transportive OST. It just brings me back to that winter-spring period of 6 years ago, maybe? Something like that. It's so transportive. It's so exceptional. P, have you played 13 Sentinels? They are visual novels, yep. I think the biggest barrier for Fata has been the fact that it doesn't have voice acting. That's interesting, because to me, it's actually more of a barrier to me if visual novels have voice acting. A while ago? Cool. I think visual novels having voice acting can, even though it can elevate the characters like it does in Umineko, it doesn't allow you to pace as well. Like, I think being able to read non-verbally it can offer a different element of immersion, specifically for something like Fata. I think it really complements it, but it also allows you to pace it more personally without having to cut off voice actors. You know what I mean? You can just mute it? Mute what? There is no voice acting in it. Oh, really? The first 3 doors have been voiced? I didn't know that. How, an audiobook? I suppose so. Yeah, I suppose so. It's a bit different, but similar concept. Skipping the voice acting mid-sound? I've done it a couple times. Would I play Fate Stay Night without voice acting? I think for the visual novels that do have voice acting, I would play it with. But at the same time, there are moments where I'm kind of waiting for the voice actor to finish. that are rare, but they do happen. And at the same time, I have no problem with a visual novel that doesn't have voice acting. Yeah, I know who the voice actors are because they're in the short story thing Post Fata. They voice them as well. I forget what it's called. But yeah, Suabe does Jacopo. Sakurai does Michelle. Reincarnation. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Apon. Alright, Tsukihime? I'll maybe read it one day. I gotta do my Fate Stay Night reread first. You haven't, Ophi? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Sakurai is Michelle. He's really good. He does a great job with it. And it just feels like a natural role. Bedtime! This one's really fun. Oh, it still needs to release part 2. Good thing I'm waiting then. Funny Valentine. Isn't this incredible? Top 44 for a JoJo's Antagonist. Or Renoir Descendre from Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. Peak. Two unbelievable characters that I have been acquainted with this year. I feel stumped on this? Oh, I did too. A JoJo's Antagonist ahead of Dofi? Always bet on Expedition 33, you think? So, okay, just to really quickly tell you the draw of both characters. A lot of you guys were a part of my JoJo's Part 7 journey, so you probably know this, but to reiterate, the sheer depth and complexity, I mean the painting? Painted Renoir is already listed here, if that answers your question. Let me tell you the draw. Oh, sorry. I missed it. My bad. Sorry. No. The sheer amount of extraneous detail put into the construction of Funny Valentine's psychology is mind-boggling. How he comes to view the world the way he does, how he views his role, how completely inhuman and voided out and hollowed out of individuality he is because of the seeds planted in his early childhood of patriotism, and how disgusting and oppressive that is, and yet he resigned himself to being a product of that. The taking the napkin thing, and how it all ties into his ideas of what his duty is and what the world needs, and the patriotism of all that, and his hero sort of complex in a way. And then also how his power itself is so unbelievably cruel at diverting suffering to those less fortunate already. Someone suffering in poverty, the literal suffering that you are trying to impact onto me, I am going to divert it directly to those people. Because it is my quest to be on top and to be the spearhead of this order and impose it on everything. It's unbelievable. This character had me gobsmacked consistently. Renoir, so much of this is due to the presentation. I think Renoir is a fantastic character, don't get me wrong, in terms of the writing, but Andy Serkis's voice acting, holy shit. He sells the character in a way that wouldn't have been sold to me to this extent otherwise at all. The voice cracks, Alicia, you'll die. His performance when he says what I think Ziggurat said, the line about the shadow from the worst day of our lives is going to swallow you up too. Your friends talk the truth and it changes nothing. I didn't even know he did that, Cal. That's crazy. Best voice character in Expedition 33? Based. I think either him or Verso for me. Both these characters are unbelievable, and just the sheer emotionality and the line when he speaks to Aline about how she showed him the pitfalls and how it's supposed to be you and me, not you against me. The sheer weight of the tragedy of how their family has spiraled and become so torn apart is sold so beautifully through him. It's incredible, and I'll keep the light on for you. And the wrinkle behind completely understanding why he does what he does, and respecting the people of the canvas as genuinely living beings, but also just drawing a line in the sand, and there's only so much room in my heart, you know? And his interactions with Verso are unbelievable. Some of Aline's finest work. I'm sorry. Hey, D-Guy. Anyways, so that's my spiel. I'll shut up. Both of these are masterful. Both of these have rotted my brain this year to no end. But one of them's got to end up on top. Which one is it? Let's see. The way you speak of Part 7 has me so curious, but when I tried Part 1, I just felt it wasn't for me. Well, you know my relationship with JoJo's, right? I really don't feel much of anything for Parts 1, 2, and 3. I don't think they're very good. I think they're actually kind of mediocre. I really respect Parts 4 to 6. I like them. But Part 7 is, to me, I genuinely love. So I don't know if that helps. The way his art speaks for him. Oh, true art is both a mirror, a window and a mirror. If saving you means losing you, then so be it. That one is Painted Renoir, who is earlier in the list, but yes, that and let me just get Andy Serkis voices both characters. That's why I think upon reflection, maybe he is the best performance in the game. Because of that. I flipped a coin though, so we're going for FV. Let's see. Oh, it's Hope for Mael. Yeah, indirectly through that I forget what it's called. The Reacher? Reach out your hand and it's yours. Yeah, the Reacher. Hello, Moonless. Welcome in. What do we got for this vote? 66% say Renoir, 34% say Funny Valentine. Every vote so far has been going with the majority. This time? Is it the same? Nope. FV, number 43, and Renoir, number 44. Yes, and also with Renoir, great point, Sebastian. Visages, and the fact that he talks about easy money. Good job, Hannah. Have a good stream. Enjoy your points. Enjoy your waffles, everyone. How he talks about how Aline needs to let go and how Mael needs to let go, but he is hypocritical because he literally fights. Oh, I'm sorry, Chero. He literally fights with projections of his own constructed family. I'm sorry, Scarlett. There'll be more. Don't worry. There'll be more. This is a great vote. These two characters, I'm so glad to have met them this year. Sorry, Kyloff. It was, Senor. Damn, how'd you get that? How'd you know that, Struggler? Is FV comfortably my favorite character in Steel Ball Run? No, but I did come to terms with the fact that he is that he's higher than Diego. Do you consider Painted Renoir to be an extension of Renoir Descendre or Eline when it comes to the ranking? Both. I think he indirectly characterizes both of them. But at the same time has enough substance in and of himself, despite those connections, to be a fully fleshed out, incredibly complex, and fantastic character that stands on its own. Hey, Toomey! The final confrontation is maybe my favorite JoJo scene, Jardel. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how voice acting will elevate elements of Steel Ball Run for me too. Yes, it's incredible, D-Guy. It's so... I was just... The last 2 or 3 streams of Steel Ball Run was me constantly being gobsmacked at how can they make this better? Oh, it's gotten better. I dread another Tobi Itachi bet. Well, speaking of that, number 42... No, I'm kidding. Number 42, in the exact same spot as last year, Kozume Kenma. One of the OGs, one of the GOATs, one of the best dynamics with Hinata, one of my favorite examples of falling in love with something, even if it isn't, and gaining a passion and love for something, and the extraneous struggle towards getting that through Kudo's laugh and Hinata's scream, and he's one of the greatest. He's one of the greatest. Don't worry, there'll be plenty more Moonless. I don't want it to end. The ball hasn't dropped yet! Thank you for teaching me volleyball. Oh, I wish I could just reach out and grab the volume here. But the volume cover with him and Kudo as kids, oh, my heart. My heart. It's volume 34 or something. Actually made a video on Kenma this past year in like December or November. I love you, Kenma. Now, you know how we were talking about having volleyball boys next to literal, like, fascists and people who have done incredibly horrible things? Here's another one. Joe Sawashido, thank you, Sarah, from Yakuza / Like a Dragon, and Funny Valentine sandwiching Kenma. Without doubt, one of the most fantastic characters in Yakuza and Like a Dragon, up 4 spots, who suddenly becomes so incredibly emotionally resonant. I cannot wait to revisit his scenes in Yakuza 7 and his dynamic with Ichiban, You're Always Late, and him essentially casting out and forfeiting his life for the sake of someone, of the one he wronged. And his dynamic with Masami and his resentment for Ichiban in certain ways, and how he, a lot of the time, doesn't necessarily want to do the things he does, but he has no choice, and his psychological situation has led him to being a bystander and seeing someone he cares deeply for just go down such a horrible path, and his desire to want to be saved by that, but his actions doing otherwise because he's, again, committed himself. The complexity there, the emotional resonance, he brings me to tears. He's incredible. How I just said it, Andres, is just immense complexity in his psychology due to his psychological situation and backstory, juxtaposed with so much emotionality. Oh, he's so good. He's so good, and he just gets better over time. Are most Yakuza antags singular game antags? It depends. It depends. His antagonism is primarily a single game, but he's also in Infinite Wealth. But for instance, Sagawa's a single game. But then we have another character coming up that's multiple games. I guess most would be a single game. Yeah, the couch, that doesn't hurt either. I really thought this guy was just, you know, he's pretty cool. He's got some aura. And then he destroyed my life. Speaking of a Yakuza character that destroyed my life, I should have made this a bet. Oh, his ideology? He's not a fascist. He's a tortured... He's someone who has, because of sins he committed earlier in his life, has forfeited his life as... He said, my life is forfeit. My life is yours, to another person. And because of that, he is like a sword. He's like a weapon. And he does have thoughts about the things he does. And he wants to be stopped in some ways, and the things he does actually go against the what's good for the person he cares most about, but because he forfeited himself, he does it anyway. And he internally really hopes for others to be able to stop him, which makes it incredibly tragic when they can't. But speaking of another Yakuza character who's torn me apart, Kohei Shishido, to me, in the conversation for the most perfect character, the most perfectly constructed, written character, what he represents with Kiryu, his dynamic with Kiryu, the final fight, which to me is the best fight in all of Yakuza, every single game, the best final fight is with Shishido for me. How he represents the dying ember of what Kiryu can relate to, how he screams out for the positives of the Yakuza, how it's the only place he can have a home. The dichotomy with him and Sudono, with him and Ebina. It's I genuinely don't think there's a character that's better written and constructed than Shishido. He is genuinely immaculate. Yeah, Kiryu gets him, but he does deny it. Kind of like Ginjo and Ichigo. He understands it. And because he understands it, and because the monster inside Kiryu screams out for what Shishido values, he has to stop it. But he gets it. And he... Remember when I was playing the game, and I just, in the sunset, allowed Shishido... Just kept dodging him and allowed him to just let his fury out? Because that's just what felt right in the moment. I can't believe this character. And he's just screaming. Hey, I wouldn't complain, Strange. But just ahead of him is, to me, by far the best character in Durarara, Izaya Orihara, the core of everything. He is Ikebukuro. He is the almost primordial soup-like, bacteria-like evolution of culture through random entropic contemporary history forming, and the way he makes certain moves and rolls certain dies and is fascinated by human interaction and chaos theory of people bouncing off one another and how that's reflected in the setting has fascinated me for years and continues to. He is one of Hiroshi Kamiya's best characters. JYB does an amazing job with him in the dub as well. The greatest. The greatest. He really is that good, P. I saw Rose. He's such an effortlessly incredible character to become engaged with. You see Izaya, his introductory scenes, and it's like, oh yeah, I am in for genuinely masterful stuff. It's just so clear. What's up, Ray? Yeah, he ended up super high. Pariston-like? He's very Pariston-like. I think so. He is super Narita. The more I understand about Narita and his writing style, the more it's like Izaya is his magnum opus of a character. And most defining of who he is. We're into the top 38. Into the top 40. This next one means so much to me. Yeah, I did, but upon ranking, Ray, I was mentioning that earlier. It's not that they're super far apart. 43 in this list and 60 in this list, they're still pretty close. But upon ranking, I went, oh, actually, yeah, Funny Valentine is definitely better than Diego for me. Actually, Lolo, you asked earlier, is Funny Valentine my number one in JoJo's? And I said, I don't know necessarily. Actually, he is. I think he is. I think he is. No, I think he is. Your go top 60, Pepino. He did show up. He did show up. I hope JoJo's Nation is happy with these placings. Because I know people were... It was a really funny thing of... It's a really funny thing of people underestimating how high these two would go and overestimating Ringo. I'm curious. I'm curious if Part 8 will have antagonists for me to this degree. I'm not ruling anything out, but I would love if Part 8 gives me similar level antags. It just might. I wonder. Well, we'll see one day. We'll see one day. Ringo's not on the list. Didn't expect them to be that high. I hope you're pleased. Now, JoJo's Nation, you had JoJo's Nation, you had, I think, a win with Diego 60, Funny Valentine top 43, and you had Gyro and Johnny 54. I think that's incredibly strong. I really hope you guys are happy with that. But we'll have to see where JoJo's Part 7 ends up on Fiction. That's a tough one. That's a tough nut to crack. Third favorite in all of JoJo's? For the Part 8 antag? Damn. Yeah, Chad does have a lot of Part 8 soldiers. No, Leve is not on the list, Ray. I kind of had to come to terms with the fact that I just don't think Trail's first chapter and second chapter are super good games. I'm not very emotionally connected to them. And so while Leve is a very good character, just by nature of that, he just dropped. Dieter is on the list. People overhype him a bit too much. True Man's World is incredible. I love it. It just gives me appreciation for Gyro more than Ringo. But Ringo plays a really great role in it. I think he's awesome. Really, Pepino? I'm glad I'm binging it then. Laufey? Who's Laufey? Who's that? That's a singer. I have no idea who that is. Anyway, number 38. Is a character that was a ball knowledge joke. I never know if when I should take you seriously. This guy plays. How am I? What am I? I don't know. Where's Glup Shito? Hey, Ryuka. This is a defining character for my 2025 into the beginning of 2026. Oh, Leve is similar to how Lave is pronounced. I see. I'd never even heard of her. Okay, enough faffing around. Here's number 38, Cyril Karn, my favorite character in Andor. I honestly, unless you guys have questions, I made a video about him. I love him so much, I made my first Star Wars video ever, video essay about him. He is top to bottom incredibly AJ core, incredibly tragic, incredibly masterful, incredibly cautionary. His dynamic with Cassian is to die for. His dynamic with Dedra is unbelievable. He is my favorite character in Andor. Luthen comes close. Mon Mothma and Cassian are right up there. Dedra's right up there, but Cyril is the best character in Andor, and one of my favorite Star Wars, probably my favorite Star Wars character. Yeah, I think he is. And one of my favorite TV characters. He is unbelievable. Unbelievable. He is so for me. I love him. What does he have in store for me? So much. So much. The Glop Shito omission is crazy. I'm sorry, cancel me. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, every little detail, from the little quirks of the performance from the actor to the little bits in the set design for his room, to his arc and his realizations about certain things, and it's just so majestically done, and it says so much. He's arguably the most important character in Andor for me. I know, and he's so cringe. He's so awkward. He's so uncomfortable. He has no charisma. He's supposed to do a speech to get the men up for this fascist mission, and he's just like, "Oh God." The banality of evil, the corporate mundane nature of evil. Is it almost gambling time? I don't know. You'll bet again, don't worry. Best antagonist with no aura? Maybe. There were only 37 ahead of them. Do all of them have no aura? I love him so much. The next entry is a character who definitively has aura. This is a tough one, but to me, the best character in his story, the most interesting, dense, torture psychology that I have gone back and forth about. I've actually talked about this character in videos for quite a long time. I've kind of dissected him in multiple videos, at least on my second channel. This is my favorite character in The Wire, Stringer Bell. Magnificently played by Idris Elba. One of my favorite, again, another one of my new favorite characters, new favorite television characters ever. Stringer Bell, incredibly strong showing. To me, he's the best character in The Wire. He has the best dynamic in The Wire. With Omar, he has the best scene in The Wire. True, Lolo, yeah. And he's got this amazing dichotomy between the street and the business. Being consistent, yeah, 2025, 2026 has so many new additions. Dutch is still coming up for the no aura antag. I think Dutch has aura, though. He definitely has more than Cyril. I think Dutch has genuine aura. It's juxtaposed by fraudery, but and him being kind of in this peek off the outcast like purgatory of not quite belonging in two places from a certain perspective. His constant aspiration as a result of his the systematic I guess oppression he received due to the color of his skin, and the dreams he had, and how he constantly had to climb up and up and up for his kingdom. But yet, the way he's unable to escape the shackles of his role, he's exceptional. He's exceptional. Chapter 6 Dutch? I mean, sure. But then there's Chapter 3 Dutch. One of the most auriful scenes I've seen in my life. That is definitively much more aura than Cyril. And where are we at? Oh, one more character in this tier. Exactly, Petsupan. I've talked about this character for years. Needs no introduction. One of the best characters in his story. And the last entry in Tier 2, Atsumu Miya. The joy of sport and volleyball and the theater of all of it and the highs and lows and volatility of it and the embracing of that and the, I guess in some ways, lonely path, but the way that people walk a lonely path for greatness and to be a monster and yet have no regrets about that because of their sheer fortitude and conviction and joy embodied through no one better than Atsumu. Yeah, in my muscles. The memories are found in my muscles. We don't need the memories. And that is the end of Tier 2. So for the protagonists... So the antagonists last year, Tier 2 ended at the top 20. But I figured proportionately for the protagonists, because the protagonists... the protagonists go up to number 22 for roughly 100 characters. Proportionately, I wanted to extend Tier 1.5 to the top 35. Good thinking, Struggler. Good thinking. Did Geen rise a bunch? Geen last year was, Oh, that's protagonist. Geen last year was 41. So let's start us off. I think someone mentioned bets. Okay, let's do it. This is a great one. Shonen Core bet, people. Shonen Core bet. Here we go. He is, Trish. I always think about how my video was really important for you finding me and all that whenever I think of Atsumu. Sukuna, Jujutsu Kaisen, who has received an elevation this year. Or Pariston Hill from Hunter x Hunter. Two of the very best out there, hard to find better. Generational, in completely different ways, shonen antagonists, but both who are defined by their sheer amount of authority and power. Sukuna's genuine humility and conclusion is out of this world unbelievable. His dynamic with Yuji, especially how that's enriched in Modulo. His dynamic with Gojo, his rejection of the thesis of the series and all the values that they hold, and then an ultimate acceptance of that, and Pariston and all that he says about the political thoughts of Togashi, how he juxtaposes Leorio and what he represents and the truth of that, his dynamic with Jing, his incredibly infectious, disgustingly awesome, delicious personality. He is so effortlessly unbelievable. I love Pariston. Would Yuji be able to make Pariston rethink his ways? No. No. Anyways, who is higher, Pariston or Sukuna? Sukuna or Pariston? They both drive me insane. His genuine love for Netsudo. I remember someone on Twitter was like grilling me, saying like, "Where do you get the idea that Pariston respected Netsudo and vice versa?" And I'm like, "Whoa, that's like one of the defining elements of his character." I don't really know how to explain this. it does so much. His respect for Netedo and the implications of Netedo respecting him as well it does so much for him. I did tweet about him yesterday, D. Yeah, I did tweet about him yesterday. Really, Pepino? Oh, that's really cool casting. Wait, Pariston's voice actor voices Emmett in Japanese? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Hello, Panda. Pearson gonna lose on purpose? Let me know if Pearson's clearly better than Sukuna if the Beyond Chimera Ant theory proves to be true. Execution. Depends on execution. I know, I love it so much, Shara. Oh, I don't doubt it, Abel. Okay, 59% say Pariston. 41% say Sukuna. The answer is? Hold on, let me get a good song. Ooh, banger. The answer is Pariston. But honestly, congrats to both of these two for rising up a tier, for holding their position down, for Sukuna for going up 2 spots as well. Congrats. 59%. Moonless. There's still more to come, don't worry. Oh my god. Do you want to do another one immediately? We're getting to the point where some of these characters, there's nothing really much to say. We could do another one immediately. Okay, you know how every year we have Kita versus Ushijima? Every year we likewise have Zeke Yeager versus... or Reiner Brown. Attack on Titan. Every single year, these two fuckers are against each other, so let's do it again. There's so little separating them. Which is higher? Reiner or Zeke? There we go. Last year, what was it last year? Last year, Zeke was 31, Reiner was 32. This year, they're fighting for 32 and 33. It's usually Zeke. I think in the past, Zeke has come out more often than not, I'm pretty sure. Stringer Bell and Cyril, two of my favorite characters, well, ever in general, but that I've met in the past year. I feel so lucky. Cyril and Stringer, and honestly, Funny Valentine and Renoir, to be able to consistently discover new characters like this, it's just like, stories have so much to give. They really do. Gonna go with Reiner? Remember, if you guys want me to check your predictions, feel free. I can do so. Fandaniel? We'll see, P. Alright, what do we got? 35% say Reiner, 65% say Zeke. I'm curious. Let's see previous years. So last year it was Zeke. 2024? It was Zeke. The year before it was Zeke too. 2022? It was Zeke. Zeke's won every year. He's understanding what Shanks told him. He gave up his arm for the sake of a new era. Thank you so much. Just like Jozu. 1 second. I need to just make sure I'm not spoiling stuff. Oh god. Thank you so much for the Jozu 5 sub bomb. Retsela Bina? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let us know if you want that to go towards something. And thank you for the streak, Roshanaz. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, it's Hannibal Lecter backwards? Holy crap. How did you get that? That's crazy. That's cool. Thank you so much. Okay, the answer is... Five years in a row? Zeke. It's really close, though. Every time, they're right next to each other. He always, I don't know. Congrats to Zeke Nation. Call him Kuze the way he went 0-5? Yeah, but he made it in the end. He's sniffing his letters. He's sniffing his letters. He's doing his thing. How to win 100% every bet. Vote opposite of Moonless Autumns. Next one. I believe Moonless. The letter scene is definitively a bad scene to me. But what's funny, but it is so off the wall and insane that it's kind of weirdly endearing in a way of Isayama to just have the thought to put it in like that. But also, in the anime, it's pretty, like, nothing. In the anime, it really feels less serious. He's just kind of like, okay. In the manga, it feels way, way, way crazier. Reiner is a weirdo? Yeah, I still think it's a bad scene. But, I mean, luckily, I felt it way less in the anime. TWIM? I don't know what that stands for, Chero, but I trust in you. The letter keeps him under Zeke? I don't know. I'd like to think that... I think Zeke has a stronger conclusion than Reiner. Zeke's line of, "It's such a beautiful day, if only I realized that sooner," is so absolutely beautiful to me. And his last stuff with Armin, I think that's what puts him above, probably. The conclusion is better for Zeke than Reiner. Would Pluribus be considered an antagonist? I think so. That's actually tough. It's actually tough. I'm not sure. Luckily, I don't like Pluribus enough to have to think about that. But that's a good question. I could see it both ways. Thank you, Speeding DK, for the 5 months with Prime. Using this to say Johan holds it down and stays top 20. We shall see. Last year he was top 20. He was 18. The world is mine. Oh, cool. I wish I spent longer playing catch. Are there characters in here who are better characters in themselves than they are at being an antagonist? I've never really understood that line of thinking, to be honest. There's so many people that talk to me and say, like, in my Kaido video, for example, yeah, Kaido's a great character, but he's a really bad antagonist. And I just don't get what that means. Like, on a fundamental level, there's a disconnect with me. To me, if he's a great character, and if you think he's a great character, if you think whoever it is a great character, and the role they play is an antagonist, then they're a great antagonist to me. If you have significant problems with the role they play as an antagonist, then maybe they just aren't a great character. I just don't understand that. I can kind of understand that if it's a character who doesn't remain an antagonist the whole time. Right, but I'm not talking about that. If there's a clear division between when a character becomes an antagonist or something like that, then yeah, I get that. But that's not what I'm talking about. The Reigns have ceased. Yes, it is! It's like a Litibus, Trish. It is. No, like I said, I can see it for characters that aren't antagonists. I'm not talking about that. Like, I get loving if a character has a shift where they become an antagonist or where they become more protagonistic, and it's very clear, like, they change, then yeah, I get it. Because there's a division there, and there's a difference in the way that they're executed in the story. But I don't get it for a character like Kaido. You know? I don't get it for a character that's definitively, consistently an antagonist. I don't get it for, I don't know, a character who has one role, and it's like they're not a great antagonist, but they're a great character. Yeah, I'm sure Proxy means that. Because that does make more sense. But sorry, I guess I just went on a whole digression. But okay, so let me try to answer that for characters who are on this list who have a shift in their characterization. Reiner, there's a shift where he becomes less antagonistic for sure. I don't really think there's a difference in quality for that with Reiner. Joe Sawashido does become less antagonistic in Infinite Wealth, and I think he's definitely stronger in Yakuza 7, if that helps. Hey, Elijah, you did miss it, but welcome in. I think people don't like the role of an antag not being central, or if they show weakness or softness or flaws that makes them lose their mystique. Obito? Sasuke doesn't start off as one? Yeah, that too. But like for characters for whom I'm assuming that's what you meant, Proxy, in which case I totally get it. But sorry, I just went on a whole other topic because of that. Because I don't get it for characters who don't have a shift in their roles. I mean, yeah, Joe's role is more limited in Infinite Wealth. I don't think anyone would argue against that. I just think it's better executed in Yakuza 7. Sorry, Moonless. Number 31. Gin Ichimaru up 10 from Bleach. Gin was one of the most special characters throughout my entire read-through of Bleach, and I was kind of wondering, low-key, is there a bit of fairy dust with kind of coming to terms with who this character is and the mystique and mystery of his character? Would that fade away over time? Would that fade away over time? Would I kind of be less infatuated with him as a character and less entranced by his relationship with Rangiku and the tragedy of all of it? And I'm delighted to say that no, he's only gotten better and better over time. Plus 10. He's one of my favorite characters in Bleach. He's in the conversation for my third favorite in Bleach. Maybe not necessarily third, but in the conversation for it. I think he's right up there with Kenpachi. I adore everything about Gin. And I love talking about him. Maybe in the future you'll hear me talk about him. Who knows? Is he the most efficient in your top? Top in this list? Or like Bleach in general? Or sorry, this list in general or Bleach? In the list? I think there are others on the list that compete with him for when it comes to efficiency. He's one of them, though, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he's one of the most efficient, for sure. Yeah, I locked in the moment I saw his snake-like eyes. Thank you for the streak, by the way, Elijah. Top 30. Holding down his spot is one of the best characters, speaking of Yakuza 7, in the Like a Dragon series, Masato Arakawa. The relationship with Ichiban tears my heart to shreds, one of the best in the whole series. The relationship with Masumi, the relationship with Joe, his struggle and need to ascend. A lot of these characters are broken and have this need to ascend. Common thread. I know, isn't it crazy, Elijah? The locker scene, one of the greatest in all of fiction. Hey, Prickleman. Yes, with Eiji and Ebina, the way Eiji plays around with that. That doesn't sound so bad, starting from rock bottom. Oh, I just need friendships to play. Which I don't think Shuffle will adhere to that. Masato should be top 10 characters, but there's too many good characters in Yakuza. He's in my top 10 in Yakuza, but it's such a mess that I hate that there are characters outside of my top 10 that aren't there. I could see him being top... Yeah, I could see him being top 5. You saw it in my VOD? I could see him being top 5 for people. I don't think he's top 5 for me. I think he's like 7th or 8th. But I could see him being, you know, top 20 even because of how unbelievable Yakuza's cast is, and none of that is a slight on him at all. The cast is just that unbelievably good. Is there somewhere where I can see your updated RGG character ranking? It's not available for you guys, I don't think. I have it in my stream ranking document, which I go through for certain different stream journeys. And if I check, Masato is number 6. He's number 6. Daigo's 5, Shinada's 7, Shishido's 8, Date's 9, Joe Sawashido's 10, Sagawa 11, Saejima 12, Nishiki 4, Majima 3, Ichiban 2, Kiryu 1. Yeah, Daigo's been top 5. Number 29. A character who I'm starting to think like might just be my favorite in his series. What's up, Mel? Makoto top 10? Makoto is now... Where's Makoto? 16. Makoto's 16. Charles McGill, Better Call Saul. I think I already talked about him last week through talking about Jimmy and the dynamic there. Hello, Mr. President of the United States. Top 43 for a JoJo's hater. Can you believe it, Mel? JoJo's hater, top 43. Takasugi, you can check in the VOD. I believe he was like, or I can just check. 57. Money more. Did I finish the Better Call Saul rewatch? Nope. Hannah dropped it beginning of season 5. My Makoto, yeah, technically Makoto is top 10 for me, actually. Has Kotomine Kide showed up on the list? No. Where was he last year? Kide last year was 23. Chuck's your favorite Better Call Saul character, and he's just in competition with Walter, really? I'm kind of coming to terms with the idea that I might like Chuck more than Jimmy, which is crazy. Crazy. How well do you remember season 6? Oh, really well. It's not... I don't have any need for a refresh of Better Call Saul, I think. Maybe season 5, I don't remember quite as well, but season 6, for sure. I remember pretty clearly. What a sick joke! What are the current goals that subs can go towards? Yeah, you can just check the document there. There is, thank you again. There is, a video on Emu from One Piece, for Skull Knight from Berserk, Ichi the Witch premiere stream. There's 3 goals. Or you could bank them for later if you want. Welcome back, Raph. We do have a Geen upscale. We do. Did Lalo fall because of the rewatch? No. Season 3 or Season 6 of Better Call Saul? Season 6 has the highest highs. Not because chicanery is... There's nothing better than chicanery, but it has multiple chicanery-like highs to me. On roughly the same level, but it also has the more frustrations for me. Whereas Season 3 is so unbelievably solid the whole way through. Oh, to Ichi the Witchmel. Cool. Season 6 probably for Better Call Saul. I think Season 6 is the best season. But I speak of it less fondly than I do of Season 3 because I think it has more issues. Season 5 does have Bagman. That is very memorable. Thank you for the streak, Money Mar. I'm so glad you're enjoying Akane and Isho so early on. Only more to go. Thank you so much. And then Lolo asked, Season 6, Episode 9 or Season 6, Episode 13? Let me just make sure I know which one those are. Is one of those Breaking Bad? Oh, no. Saul Gone versus Fun and Games. Fun and Games. Do I like the Nippy episode from Season 6? I like all the episodes, but I think the Nippy one probably, let me just make sure it's the one I'm remembering. Right, I think that was the one... That was one where I felt... It's still a good episode. It's still, you know, these incredible showrunners, this incredible story. But I did feel some frustrations with that one. And, like, strange prioritization for me. The Gian rise by 10. Nippy is secret Kino? Is it secret? Everyone I talk to says it's a masterpiece. But maybe it's just because, like, my community loves it. Oh, this song. Number 28! It's lowest rated on IMDb. Huh. Number 28! The Great Ace Attorney No, it's not Great Ace Attorney. But it is Logan Roy, who my appreciation for goes up more and more as time goes by. He is a sublimely constructed character with so many little details and nuances that help put together and the regrets and the finale and where he ended up and how he made his choices and the little details alluding to his weakness in season 4 episode 9, his weaknesses and his regrets and his sadness and his dynamic with his brother and his sister. And how that, and his scars, and all these little details that put together the cohesive picture of who he is, and the complexity of his mentality, and how he thrusts that onto his kids. He's a marvel to me. He's in the conversation for the best character in Succession. I think it might still be Roman. I don't know. It's between Tom, Logan, and Roman, I think. This is the King Lear. This is the Shakespearean character. When people say Succession is Shakespearean, a lot of that is because of this portrayal, this character. Plenty of them, Hades. There are plenty of Game of Thrones characters on the list. This list and the previous one as well. Cersei. Is there more than Cersei on here? Oh, Littlefinger. Fly. Yeah, Fly's rated really low. Fly's a masterpiece to me. You can watch Andor without anything related to Star Wars, yeah. I would just recommend, I guess, just know who Emperor Palpatine is and what the Empire is. And then outside of that, I think you're good. But honestly, even without that, you can probably surmise it. It's all contaminated. Oh! Oh. It's all Walter White. Anyways. Hello, Tom. Welcome in. Is this, I think Andres asked, is this my favorite TV antagonist? I guess we'll see. It's a fight for a knife in the mud. Oh. What's up, Rapids? Number 27. To me, the best character in Vinland Saga, Askeladd. I kind of talked about him last week as well. Just about the best character in Vinland Saga. What even is there to say? Once we reach this point in the list, unless they're a new entry, and unless you guys have questions, there's not as much to say. The father who stepped up. AJ's still streaming? It's pretty early. We're only 2.5 hours in. Welcome in, Tyke. And we still got 26 characters to go. Welcome in. Glad you can make it for a bit. Top 5 Vinland Saga antags besides Askeladd? The dearth in quality between Askeladd and all the other antagonists. Who even is there? Canute? I don't consider Canute an antagonist. I don't consider him one. Thorkel? I don't consider Thorkel one either. What's his name? The freaking fraud. I love slandering this guy. Floki? Floki? Floki, fucking, I guess he's an antagonist. I don't know. I think there's a huge gap between Askeladd and the other antagonists in Vinland Saga. Around where would Canute be in the list? Around here. Around 50 or so. The Slave Master? Oh, Kettle. Oh, he should be on the list. Kettle. He's an antagonist. The King in Season 1, yeah, I guess he'd be top 5. Do you see the argument for Askeladd being a secondary protagonist? Yeah, I do. Yeah. I think, I do. Halfdan, Ivar, Sturk the Shaman, Garm. Snake to me isn't an antagonist. Bjorn? Oh, shit. I gotta put Bjorn too. Bjorn's great. Bjorn's amazing. Thank you guys for reminding me. Okay, so that's a top 5. Bjorn's hella good. Okay. I know, his final scene, Moneymar? Where's Oikawa? Oikawa has not been stated. At some point there will be more honorable mentions than entries. We might have reached that point. I don't even know. It's too big. I need to cut next year. I need to cut them. He's low-key your favorite Vinland Saga character? See, that's surprising to me because... But it also feels very appropriate for... Like, that feels like a Mel sensibility. Lalo's gone? No. Lalo's great. 26. Iconic, legendary, revolutionary antagonist for what he inspired down the line, but at the same time, masterful in and of himself. Been brain rotting over this guy for 13, 14 years. What's up, Yuki? Who's evil? Everyone. Shinsuke Kita, evil. Logan did rise. Tyke. Yeah, Kefka's an unbelievably masterful antagonist, and he has arguably, maybe not even arguably, the best musical theme to define his character through Dancing Mad in any game. Fuck Andres, Kefka's great. I think Andres thinks Kefka's really good, but fair enough. It took me some convincing, but I think I convinced Andres got there in the end. I think Andres really respects Kefka. Any game ever, in terms of a musical theme to encapsulate and characterize a character through storytelling, through music, yeah, ever. Yeah, I figured that was the case, Tyke. His DNA is in every FF14 antag. It absolutely is. Emmett, Fandaniel, elements of Elidibus, Xenos. It's crazy. Would Oikawa be top 1 if he committed murder? He has committed murder. Yeah, Andres was Kefka pilled. Like, he had to kind of like massage it in his head a bit, but Andres, to be fair, was Kefka pilled very, like, pretty much from the start. My last FF6 playthrough? A while ago. I don't know how many years, but it's been years. Would Kita and Pucci make the honorable mentions? Kita did. Kita is an honorable mention. We're into the top 25, people. We're into the top 25. I don't know if anyone noticed my shirt, but it is my Phantom Troop shirt, which is notable because number 25 is the Phantom Troop. Again, this is weird because it's part of Chrollo. It's attached to Chrollo, and it's also multiple characters, so it's like Pakunoda and Uvo and all these amazing characters that are a part of the Phantom Troop. So it's always weird to place this one. I guess it had a bit of a drop compared to last year, with the incredibly robust identities of other characters in the top 25 or something. It doesn't really mean much. It's just a weird one to rank year by year. But absolutely one of my favorite parts of one of my complete favorite stories, and probably the concept I've talked about the most in video essays over the years is the Phantom Troop, and how abstract and poetic and engaging and emotional and strange it is. I did. Themes and such, Andres. Because of Ilumi's messy, disruptive ass. Ilumi doesn't count. Ilumi is not... His ass is not a spider. Bro is actually LARPing. Uvo kind of haunts the narrative quite a lot, especially with the Phantom Troop backstory we've gotten. Yeah, I think him and Nobunaga's relationship haunts it a ton. I think his similarities with Gon haunted a lot. I think the way the weight, the song by the way, the weight that you can kind of feel like a cloud over the Phantom Troop, even in the current Succession War stuff. I think absolutely he haunts the narrative. Is Kaluto a spider? Yeah, Kaluto is. Did Luis make it? Yes, Luis made the list. He's 62. Yeah, Illumi is hardly even LARPing, yeah. Hisoka? Hisoka's not a spider. Yeah, he was. He was like the black sheep of the spiders, and now he's not. And the black sheepness of Hisoka's relationship with Chrollo and the spiders is in and of itself indirect characterization for Chrollo himself. And his ideas of what constitutes the self, the identity, the spider. Uvogin's incredible. Nasubi? Nasubi's amazing. Removing the tattoo? Cinema. Bonolanov? Bonolanov's got some really interesting cookish to him. Especially lately. How would the Zoldyx react if Illumi and Kaluto die on the ship? You know what Silva did to Chitu? That would be an understatement. But likewise, if that were to happen, they would pour everything into getting Killua to come back. Like they for continuing the legacy of the Phantom. Like, what is Miliki's ass going to be doing the stuff that Illumi does? They would do everything to try to get Killua back. Miliki mogs Illumi. He does. Fair enough. Top 5 Phantom Troop members, not counting Chrollo. So Hisoka, I'm guessing that doesn't count Hisoka either, because he's now literally killing them all. Pakunoda, Uvo, Nobunaga. Oh no, D. I've got the idea in your head now. True Celix. Kinzo, too? I'm thinking, there's Machi, there's Finks, there's Kaluto. Let's say Finks, Machi. Is Maruki on the list? He was on last year's list. I have not mentioned him yet today. No, it does, and I'm sure that Chrollo views part of Chrollo can't stop looking at Hisoka as a broken part of the spider, still. But I think for all intents and purposes for the story, and from Hisoka's perspective, he's not. But from Chrollo's perspective, I think it's actually more accurate to think of Hisoka as still a weird, disparate, rebellious part of the spider. Kind of a form of self-harm. It's very interesting to me that Finks tends to play the protagonist role when we have spider subplots, despite him being the one that interests me the least. I think the Chimera Ant Detour does a lot for Finks. The way he cares for Kaluto, the way he respects the wishes of the people who had transformed in Meteor City. I think he's really, really likable. Exactly, Bunger. Seeing the spider as an enemy and missing something he could have been part of? He is in this weird existential crisis right now of what am I? Do you think that Kurapika's change would work on Hisoka, and if there's any factors that might change if it doesn't? I'm not sure about the latter, but I don't think it would work. I think he's, for all intents and purposes, officially defected. His number's been taken, right? By Kaluto? And by Kurapika's perception, he isn't a spider either. I don't know how much that matters for the power. I just think for a lot of reasons, it wouldn't work, I don't think. Me too, Tyke. And we'll be... I don't know exactly when, but we're getting more this year. I think. Togashi's ready. He's on the second batch. Do I have any problems with how Shulnark and Kortsupi are handled in the manga? Not at all, no. Actually, I forgot Shulnark. Shulnark's one of my more favorite Phantom Troop members as well. I love how the twisted innocence of his character. But also how cold and cruel he can be. Yeah, I don't really have... Out of curiosity, Mel, since you're rereading, is there anything you're basing that off of, or is it just like the feel of it? Because I don't know if the power... I assume that the power is defined by both Kurapika's perception and I'm sure the official numbers and stuff in some way has a factor, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I think what Andres says. That's the way I think of it. Wait for official communication. Yeah. Yeah. It is up to Jump. We'll see. For selfish reasons, I'd be down if it still takes a couple months. Because I have no place in my schedule for it right now. It's going to be between Tokyo Ghoul and Dragon Ball Z. I don't think so. Struggler? I don't think so. I don't know. I look at it as a miss. A mix. Oh, thanks, Trish. I did see it. Thank you. Do you ever think we'll get more substance for the ones with less? Shizuku needs some more substance? I don't think I agree that Shizuku needs more substance. I mean, there are 13, more than 13, if you count the deceased ones, and the defected ones, like 16, 17, Phantom Troop members. Some of them are just gonna be simpler than others and not have fleshed out stuff. And I think that's totally okay. That's why Kortsupi, to me, yeah, no problems whatsoever with Kortsupi. Not everyone's going to be super fleshed out or super rich as a character. And I think if all of them were, it would actually feel too bloated and monotonous for me. So I'm sure Shizuku will get some important stuff before she dies, because I think she is going to die pretty soon. I think she's at one of the ones at most risk to die next. So I think she's going to die, and I think it would be natural for her to get some important, impactful stuff before she dies. So I think she'll be elevated, but I don't think she needs more stuff. Yes, I would, Raph. Once I start Z, unless I feel like my enjoyment is suffering because I need a break, I'll go all the way with Z. I have predicted a death. Yeah, Machi and Hisoka's dynamic, I think Machi... I've talked about this during the Hunter x Hunter streams. I think Machi is definitely either surviving the whole boat stuff or will be saved for last. But I can see both Machi and Chrollo, I'm pretty confident that they will be the two left of the true members of the troop. Like, not including Illumi, and I'm pretty sure Kaluto... I'm not super confident, actually, with Kaluto. We'll see. But, like, not including Illumi. Do I think Seti will kill Chrollo? He could. I I've for a long time adhered to, or at least really liked the theory that Chrollo does not die, and actually has to live with the pain of losing his family, and is forced to confront so a lot of what Chrollo's role is not understanding who he is because he lost himself, and his role in the story in the present day, not the past, because in the past we see how he lost himself, but his role in the present day is understanding who he is through loss, through what Hisoka shows to him. So I've been very entranced with the idea that right at the end, when Hisoka kills everyone, Chrollo is forced to understand that he is defined by his connections to other people, and that's who he is, and he has nothing left but this hollowness, as all he can do is dwell in misery. Maybe outside of, like, Machi or something. I don't know. Or he dies last, or he witnesses all of it, and then Hisoka makes him see all of it, and then he dies. One of those two, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe not. Either way, I think he's either dies last or survives. Yeah, he doesn't fear death, like Hashi says. Ties are meant to be severed, not forgotten. Oh, no worries, D. I hope the shelf isn't too bad. The way I see it, Kurapika sees the troop in a really unnuanced way. If at some point Kurapika comes to understand them on a deeper level, where he can aim his revenge against the troop, not as the association, but at particular people, the nuance might change. Yeah. Chrollo dying next batch, I would be shocked. I would be utterly shocked. But, hey, Togashi shocked me before. I didn't think that Benolanov was masquerading as Hisoka. Okay, see you in a bit, Struggler. Hope Melody survives. I think Melody survives. Togashi does get very dreary, but he's too hope-pilled for someone like Melody to die. I don't see that happening. Same with Kurapika. I cannot see Kurapika dying. See you, Tyke. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, sorry. Okay. Do you think Chrollo will pretend to be sad to lose that fraud Benolanov? Damn. I think Benolanov and Shizuku are most at risk, maybe Franklin too. There are a lot of people on the boat who are so tied to the people that follow them. The Chrollo Hisoka content is contextualized so wonderfully. It's my biggest hook going forward, I think. I do love Sasuke. Okay. Number 24. We're at some rises now, folks. This has been a year of reflecting on, obsessing over, and loving Gilgamesh from Fate Zero, who goes up 5 spots. The elevation. Good God, do I love this character. That is GOAT. Our king. The sheer audacity at Berserker cutting off the lamppost so that he has to talk to him on his level. The manipulation of Kide. The everything belongs to me-ness. The idea of, why do you assume that pleasure is sinful? He's the greatest. He's the greatest, I fear. When did I just last do a bet? We need to do another bet soon. Oh, okay, I know what we're doing it for. Him drinking... Yeah, the respect for Iskandar, Alexander, Ryder, and As a result, the respect for wavers devotion. Oh my god, the greatest. Any strange fake scenes that elevated Gil? Not elevated in and of themselves, but I love his dynamic with Enkidu. Specifically, it's for Fate Zero, but Fate Strange Fake is, to me, the Fate Zero, like, is a very clear connection to Fate Zero. Yes, Hades, you could check earlier in the VOD. There are multiple Pokemon antagonists. And also, this document will become available. I don't know if I'll be able to get it to you guys today. I don't know if Dave is in chat lurking or if he's available to put it. Your loyalty is splendid, never tarnish it. Also, he's great in the dub. He's great in the dub. I've seen some people slander him in the dub. I think he's fantastic. Yeah, I don't like him in Fate Stay Night very much. He's not bad, but I think he loses a lot of the intrigue and a lot of the magnetism of his role. Oh, Fate Zero's dub is one of my favorite. Me and Gil have been moving like Gilgamesh and Kide lately? You've been killing people? What have you been doing? Say one nice thing about Volo from Pokemon Legends Arceus. His battle theme is one of my favorites in the entire Pokemon series. Oh, he does Grimjo too? Damn. Oh, Fate Zero is one of my favorite examples of an anticlimax in anything. Oh, so Andres and Gil are like torturing people, but also flirting with each other and drinking wine. I see. Noted, noted. He's an incredible foil for Shido's worldview. Yeah, I guess that's just that's a much more limited role to me. Especially considering where, like, how much he does when he's given stuff extra from that role. And I think that is more to do with servicing Shiro than actually accentuating Gil as a character. But, anyway. Up 5. Masterful character. I see, Andres. I see. Another rise. Another rise to hi, Panda. Hope you're doing well. Another rise to take stock of. Hoshiumi Kodai from Haikyuu. I kind of realized this year, well, he was already 27, which is incredibly high already, but I realized this year, he's even better than I thought, man. The relationship with Hinata, the relationship with being, what Little Giant means, the whole Little Giant dynamic, arguably the best in the entire series, with Washijo, Hinata, Tenma, and him. I realized a long time ago how small and weak I am. We aren't limited to one way of being great. His mother, him and Hirugami. The thematic significance of tooling the blocks versus Hinata's jumps and... The Kamomerai movie is going to move mountains. The simplicity, yeah, him and Hirugami, the simplicity of him telling Hirugami, why don't you just quit? For something that is his lifeblood. The maturity, the simple maturity of that. Absolutely, Sarah. I think of Asahi and Takadu and in some ways Kiryu as kind of contributory to the Little Giant stuff. But yeah, Wakunon from Takadu from Wakunon from, I think he's in season 2, is a really cool exploration of that as well. Kind of what I just said, Andres. The Little Giant dynamic, the dynamic with Hinata, I think is more powerful than anyone outside of, well, it's comparable with, it's up there with Kenma and Kageyama and Washijo, but I also think he's just more to the core of, he's contributory to the core messages of Haikyuu in a way that's a bit different from the likes of Kenma or Ushijima, because of the lengths to which he goes to getting there, and because he's so different despite being so alike to Hinata. I think Kamomeda is one of my favorite teams. I think he has just genuinely some of the best moments in the whole series. Him and Hinata smiling and emitting such joy pre and post time skip is incredibly beautiful. The subtextual cook with him and Washijo, it's just, to me, a little bit better than Kenma or, you know, Osamu or Atsumu or Ushijima. He's, to me, in the sort of Bokuto range for my rankings. But to be clear, he's not significantly better than, like, Atsumu or something. I don't think he's a whole, like, I don't think he's levels above Kenma. I think he's pretty comparable. There are incredibly fine lines between the entries here. Is Haikyuu the series with the most antags on the list? The stats that Handy put together might have that, I'm not sure. I don't know, it's definitely in the conversation for it. Haikyuu, 14, Hunter x Hunter, Yakuza, Real Blackhawk. I'll be waiting for you. Okay, bedtime. Yes! And then the way the anime in that scene warps him like a little giant. It's tradition. It's tradition. Both, Andres. I'd say it's both. It's Itachi and Obito. Tale as old as time. Last year, Obito was 21, Itachi was 22. This year, it's almost 21, it's almost 22. And then we're into the top 20. Then we take this home. I was there for the Obito craze, but also Itachi. I know. Itachi and Sasuke. My second favorite dynamic. Battle between FBBB. Fated battle between brothers. And then him coming back. I will love you always. Oh my. This song should not be playing for this. But then the Megami Han as Obito. Oh my god. And then Madara. Two different brands of Naruto antagonists. Two masterful antagonists. But one must come out on top. What is the vote looking like? Obito, oh, it's very even. Obito gets 56%, Itachi 44%. The winner is Obito. Exact same spots for both of them. Same as always, Salix. Just type !point top 100 in chat, and it'll lead you to a master list. So let me just do this. Thank you, Sarah. Obito on top. Once more. I wonder if same spots arise. We're getting to the point where a drop that, like, at this point, a drop that's, like, more than 3 or something is pretty notable. Once we're in the top 20 or so. And I think staying the same is also a rise. Ruben Amorim, low-key. Number 20. Sasuke is the only noteworthy drop remaining? Damn. Number 20. A notable rise. Kirei Kotomine. I freaking love this guy. I adore him. I was rewatching on YouTube a couple of scenes from the visual novel from Fate Stay Night. And that's part of actually what made me want to reread. Because I want to get to Fate Stay Night and Fate Hollow Ataraxia rereads. They're such amazing stories. He's aged incredibly well. And his dynamic with Shido is specifically one I've been honing in on lately. Just wait for the non-Emmett 14 drops. Oh, yeah? Would I say Fate Zero or Heaven's Feel is Kirei's best content? I don't look at that as a... Like, while I think there's a clear separation in terms of Gilgamesh's approach, I look at that as a continuum. To me, Kirei and Fate Zero and Kirei and Heaven's Feel is a continuum of very similar quality, just constant. So I don't really know which is better, and it's hard for me to separate them. He became the way he is because the world itself had changed. He couldn't stand living in a world that just progresses past child soldiers and mistreatment of children, but also he was so tortured mentally by his past that it caused his ascent. Rin is one of the many reasons that Obito spiraled. She is one of many reasons. She was the personification of it primarily because she was the straw that broke the camel's back, but it was an accumulation. It was multiple things, and it's nothing that would be solved by her being saved alone. As much as people will tell you that he devolved solely because he lost this girl he loved or whatever. She represented so much more than the personal connection he had to her. She represented the complete loss of innocence, the corruption in the world, the fact that children and people are being sent out to do what they're sent out to do, leading to such dehumanization. She was a representation of all of that. Are you ever really tempted to put Itachi above? I know he ages really well and gives you brain rot. By nature of them being next to each other, I always think of it. Again, the margins between two characters are so close. I absolutely thought about putting Gilgamesh above Hoshiumi. I absolutely thought of putting Obito ahead of Kirei. So if they're next to each other, I definitely debated putting the other one above. The Anakin and Palpatine, yeah. I know that Emmett should be unaffected by Dawntrail, but I feel like since you didn't love Dawntrail, Emmett will not be top 1 this year, and that scares me. There's hefty competition for top 1. Could happen. It could happen. Would you say Kirei's better in Fate Stay Night? Like I said, I think Kirei is consistently masterful in whatever, whether it be in Fate Zero or Fate Stay Night. I don't think there's any notable division in quality. I look at it as a continuum. Okay, number 19. I did... actually... Okay, I'll do a bet between 15 and 16. Johann Liebert. Whoever said Johann sticking to that top 20 spot, you are correct. You are correct. Raymond Law at 19. Nice. He does have aura. Johann's the definition of an OG. I think 18 will be Silco. Johann has such a wonderful name. I have a feeling certain character with slicked back hair raised this year. I think I know who you mean. Chero. There was nobody to call him by it. Number 18. Unfortunately, you were right, Lolo. It is a bit of a notable drop. Sasuke, I did tell you guys that my top 4 in Naruto is all over the place. I think it's a complete clusterfuck. But at the moment, Sasuke is ahead of Obito and Itachi, just. I do hate him. My 18th favorite in my top 18 antagonists in all of fiction across all of time. I do hate him. I know, it is the worst thing ever. I think Johann is my favorite in the Munich arc, and when we are seeing his vulnerabilities, like in the Munich arc, and right at the end, in the conclusion. Is Sasuke your favorite character in Naruto? Like I said, it's a mess. I think he's maybe my favorite still, but it's really tough between him and Naruto. At the moment, I think he's just ahead of Obito and Itachi. But still, I'm glad you're enjoying him so much, Elijah. Sakura, yep. Shikamaru, Jiraiya, The Ascent. Those last chapters of reliving his connection with Naruto and all that they mean to each other, specifically also in the anime, oh my god, out of this world. And he still, I think till this day, has my most gratifying moment in all of Naruto, in like any character arc, his final smile, and that moment of healing. It's exceptional. And every step of the way, his psychology, I think, is... You know what? I think he's one higher than this. His psychology is... Let me just show you. I think he's one higher. His psychology is, so deliberately executed and put together, and, you can see why, at any given moment, why he thinks the way he does, and it all has such genuine human emotional basis. Naruto's about to be hit with a nasty minus 15 next week. Put it in writing. Put it in writing, if you're right. Have you felt any inclination to revisit Monster someday? I'll put it this way. I've seen Monster like 6 times. I know that story inside and out. It's one of those stories that is ingrained in me. And I've read the manga as well. If anything, I might read the manga, but I don't feel any need for it. Absolutely, Houtaro. And that intimacy is something so special about it. Other Urasawa works? Pluto's pretty good. 20th Century Boys, I read the first volume and that's it. I don't remember anything from it. It's actually been in the manga vote as well. And I think that's it. I think that's all I've read or watched. I haven't read Billy Bat. I haven't read 20th Century Boys, like I said, only the first volume, which I don't remember at all. I think that's it. Do I consider Lad Russo or the Rail Tracer and Bakano to be antags? No. Billy Bat Asia coded? Yeah. It's Urasawa, so I'm interested. So sorry, let me just fix this on my main list too. I don't think anyone in Bakano is an antagonist, really. Silco. Sorry, I actually had Sasuke 18 and Silco 17. I've just switched them. Silco. My second favorite character in Arcane. Just about. Another mainstay on this list, in and around the top 15 to 20 consistently. Ashita no Joe? Maybe. I couldn't actually watch Ashita no Joe because the anime genuinely hurt my ears. But I've heard that's been remastered, and there's the manga too. I might check out Ashita no Joe one day. Yeah, Silco's exceptional in Season 1, and like everything in Season 1 of Arcane, he's basically perfect, with my second favorite relationship in the series, with Jinx. And they do some interesting things with him in Season 2 that I was initially like, does this work for his character? I don't know. But just had to sit with it a little bit, and I ultimately thought, actually, yeah, not only does it work, but it actually low-key elevates him a little bit. His dynamic with Vander and how it reflects certain things about Jace and Victor. Seeing him in 2x7 broke my soul. I didn't miss it, Time Lord. There's just a lot of chat happening. So I'll get to it for sure, I promise. There's just a lot of chat happening. I can't get to redeems right away sometimes. The boy didn't even haggle. The Jace Silco dynamic. Felicia? I don't have much to say about Felicia. I think she's cool. I find it interesting to see the way she acts with both Vander and Silco. All these characters I do despise, Struggler. Okay, so say one nice thing about a story, Donzo. One of the premier fictional, pathetic, pitiable frauds who nonetheless are a little sympathetic in their own way, but like one of my premier frauds. When I think of fictional frauds and who I just find pathetic and who are just kind of losers, and I don't mean that in a slandery way. I mean, he literally gets no joy. And he is always overlooked throughout the narrative and all that. He is one of my favorite examples of that, and he's one of the better antagonists generally throughout Naruto. Donzo's amazing. Do you think Silco knew Violet and Powder as kids? I talked about that a lot in my 2x7, I think, review, maybe? I don't know exactly where. So what was how did I phrase it? I think my take was no. Oh, actually I remember being confused about it. And then ultimately going, I guess just over time, over his crusade, over all that he's done, he was so separated from the person he was in certain ways that it isn't something he consciously brought to mind. But I sincerely doubt that if he did know, it wouldn't have been brought up, at least through a line. And I don't think it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain it isn't. Yes! The cold open of episode 3. Oh, drowning. The duality of drowning and how grateful Silco is for feeling that threat to his life. It isn't, yeah. There's peace in the water, but also... And then the jump cut? A baptism. You're perfect. All right, people. With that, note that the protagonist had a top 10 for heart and soul tier. Because of that, I was thinking of doing the antagonist heart and soul tier, extending it out and doing a top 15 for it. 100 to 150, 10 to 15. It actually ended up being that heart and soul is 16 characters. Now, there is a bit of a division that I think I want to make clear. And I'll tell you guys about it once we get there. Because there is a bit of a separation between, I guess, some and the others. But I think it is accurate to say all these 16 characters are heart and soul. Rated character dynamic, Jinx and Silco. Triple S, maybe heart and soul. So I will tell you where that is. Because there's a little bit of one, but not enough of one for this to feel inaccurate or forced or anything. But before we get to that, I will go to the bathroom. I will be right back, and then we'll continue with the final tier, the top 16, antagonists of all time. Be right back, and will we? We'll start with a vote. No, we won't. 13 and 14 will be a vote. Be right back. Alright, folks, let's bring it home. Let's bring it home. Welcome back. Let us see. I just saw Liam Riss Sr. got sacked. Damn. That's too bad. Okay. Okay. So number 16. We are. Thank you for the welcome back, Sarah. We are kind of on a different plane now. Neto and Garnacho. I think Garnacho will probably be sold. We are on a different plane now. We are in Tier 1. And again, don't worry too much about exclusivity for Tier 1. I was kind of just making it proportionate with the protagonist list and extending it out for that. But if you want to see the super exclusive group in Tier 1, I'll tell you. Okay. Yeah, just give them away. Number 16, Arise this year, and a character for whom I think could actually go higher in the near future, who has had my heart and soul from the minute go. Akira Nishikiyama, one of the best video game characters I've ever experienced in my life, with the second best dynamic in the entire Yakuza series with Kiryu, with some of the best facial animations, voice acting, use of body language in any video game I've ever seen, who then gets extrapolated upon later in the series through the stuff with Ichiban. Just so endlessly emotional, psychologically incredibly dense, the amazing contrast and foil to Kiryu with this unbelievable brotherhood relationship or romantic, if you look at it that way. Either way, from such a young age, and how they are inextricably linked with one another. The karaoke, everything about Nishiki is first class, unbelievable. It's funny because I spend most of the first couple of streams from Yakuza 0 talking about how Nishiki is so immediately interesting psychologically, and predicting a lot of things with his character through the way, his contrast with Kiryu, how he looks at appearance, and the Yakuza culture, and all this sort of thing. And someone in the comments, like, later down the line for Yakuza 0 just said, did you already play this game? Is that why you're so into Nishiki as a character? I don't understand why you think he's so good and important. Like, did you expect to like him or anything? It's like, no, he's just amazing from the start. He sincerely is. No, they are, Red One. The tiers are based on how much I love them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be tiered. Like, that's the point of them. They're tiered by how much I love them. But like I said, there's a tiny division within this tier that I'll make clear. He's amazing from the get-go. And I wrote this in the Discord, but rewatching with my mom, she adores Nishiki from the start. And that's really cool, really fun. I can't wait for several moments. Chapter 6. I don't remember what chapter it was, but where they're also fighting together. She might like chapter 6. She might hate it. Yes, the walk and talk. Chapter 6 was my hook, I think, into properly loving Yakuza. Now, number 15. Oh, Lazanito, you can just check back in the VOD for the full list. I mean, I could show it really quickly, but we got momentum now. Look, there's lots of names. I'll scroll really quickly. You can check the VODs for the full list. But just to go really quickly, I go through each one individually in the VODs, so I'd recommend checking out those for sure. But yeah, this is the list so far. This is where we ended off on Monday. This is where we started today, and we are now in the top 15. I really need to progress in 0 to determine if I'm playing the rest of the series or watching it, so that I won't mute so much in the next top Antag stream. Sorry, D. Sorry. I hope you love it enough to play it, but if you don't, or for whatever reason you want to watch it, I hope you enjoy the watch too and come to really enjoy the... I think there's tons of character writing and thematic stuff that would be really up your alley. I hope so. But, you know, sometimes things don't click as much. Either way, I hope you enjoy. Yes! Oh, him with Kiryu at the end and how that reflects in infinite wealth. Number 15. Another video game antagonist who has captured my heart 4 years, been one of my absolute peak favorites of anything 4 years, and will forever be. Takuto Maruki from Persona 5 Royal. By far, not by far actually, but my favorite character in Persona. Some come close. We talked about Yukari last week. Yukari comes very close. Top 5 dub performance, R.I.P. Billy Kametz. He acted his heart out with that one. Completely unbelievable what he did with Maruki. So emotional. I sacrificed everything. Oh, really, Raph? He's not a villain in my eyes? To me, he's not a villain, he's an antagonist. No worries, Dave. No worries. If we're able to put this list in the master list, that would be amazing. But if not, and we have to wait, that's cool too. Welcome in. I'm glad you found your glasses. I've been there. So yeah, Aigis is really close to my number 1. Yukari's so close. Yukari's my number 2. I love Akechi in the game, specifically in his own game. I think Akechi is the closest to him. Love Haru, Yusuke, Ryuji, Sojiro. From Persona 4, there's like Dojima and Nanako and Adachi. There's Yuki Makoto, Akihiko, Shinji. There's so many amazing characters throughout Persona, but he is the best for me. And yeah, he's maintained the same spot. Same spot. Upscale. Since I'm probably going to put Persona 3 Reload on the next game vote, I really need to make my way through these games, and while Persona 3 Reload is the one I'm looking forward to the most, Maruki gets praised so much by everyone I know, it makes me excited to meet and fall in love with him. For years, I think you will absolutely love him, Sarah. For years now, since I finished Persona 3, it's been a case of Persona 3 has the best cast in Persona, and the best story, and it's my favorite Persona game. But Persona 5 has the best character. Now, this year, do I like Persona 3 or Persona 5 more? You'll have to wait and see. We have the top 100 fiction list next week. Oh, and yes, so the next game vote. I think I've kind of decided the next game vote, but there's still some time, so it could change. But at the moment, I'm thinking Persona 3 Reload for the next game vote, an Ace Attorney, Kingdom Hearts, Mass Effect, Soma, and there's one more. I'm forgetting one more. Devil May Cry, yep. Devil May Cry. Sounds good, Dave. I'll give it to you when we're finished. Resident Evil 9? I think we're probably finishing Resident Evil 9. So here's the thing. Either I play Resident Evil this summer before Metal Gear Solid, and then Soma goes on the list, Or I play Soma after Red Dead 1 this summer, and maybe Resident Evil goes on the list. On the vote. But I'm planning on Resident Evil not being in the vote. Maybe I'll have time for Soma and Resident Evil before Metal Gear Solid. I don't know. Setting it up. Devil May Cry Nation. They've shown out before. I have faith. Ace Attorney getting the short end of the stick. The thing with that is that might transcend Ace Attorney 5. I might put Ace Attorney 6 on the vote instead of 5, and I might guarantee 5 beforehand. Because Ace Attorney's, it's been through the muck. I kind of want to play it. I kind of want to play it soon. Kingdom Hearts, yeah. All this is on the Discord. Is in the Discord, by the way. I put a big post about it. Resident Evil 9? Yeah, we might. If I don't play it before Metal Gear Solid, I'll put it on the vote. Mass Effect. I've been feeling. I've been feeling a want to play Mass Effect. Let's read a summary of the plot. But where's the fun in that? I have tons. I'm really excited for Ace Attorney 5. Anyways, vote time. You guys want to vote? That depends on how the first playthrough goes, Sonny. I have no idea without having played the first one on stream. Oh no, Mel, I'm sorry. Get new carrots. But I would guarantee the first one. I would guarantee the first one, Sonny. With, as long as I enjoy it, as long as people are interested, I don't see why not for more games. If this is Oikawa and Hisoka, I might have to do something drastic. Really? Well... I'm not joking you. My two favorite Daisuke... No, that's a lie. I was going to say my two favorite Daisuke Namikawa roles. That's not set in stone because he has waiver. But... last year... Toru, or Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter. Last year... numbers 13 and 14. This year... numbers 13 and 14 in some way. Let's do it. Which character's higher? Oikawa or Hisoka? Okay. A horrible human being versus Hisoka. I've been brain rotting about Hisoka. In the intervening time, I've made a video on Hisoka and his new-ish role and his newish psychology and his different way of thinking in the story that's sort of newer than we've come to expect from Hisoka. For years, I felt like Hisoka was someone I just knew exactly who he was, you know? And I don't necessarily feel that way. It's a bit more up in the air. It's a bit more subtextual lately. And Oikawa... God, sorry. I just randomly started itching a lot. Dutch over Hisoka? Who said that? There's always Solitaire. Thank you, Ollie Lambo, for the 31 months with Prime. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Hisoka gets 74%, Oikawa gets 26%. You guys don't believe in the war criminal. The answer is... the exact same spots as last year. Hisoka wins. Congrats. Now do the Xenos versus Elidibus bet. Where were they last year? $11 and $12, damn. Now, I think Hisoka, once we get more payoff for whatever Hisoka's role in the story is, because this is an elevation for him, genuinely. Once we get Hisoka and see where he's going, get more batch stuff, I think he can move up even higher. He's 13th of all time in anything. And I really think top 10. Yeah, I think he could go top 10. I think he could go higher. See you, Mr. Glyra. See you. I think he could go higher. I really do. I think he could go top 10. I think he could go top 8. I think sky's the limit. So, why don't I give you what you asked for? Xenos, Final Fantasy 14, or Elidibus, Final Fantasy 14. Sorry, I saw that earlier, Tom. I just... chat was busy. Have I played more 100 Line? No, I haven't. I think I'm going to return to it later in the year. I'm just really locked in on... I was really locked in on the 2 Pokemon games. I just finished the 2 Pokemon games. Now I really want to play KOTOR and Suda. Suda after KOTOR, maybe. And then I might go back to 100 Line. I don't know who I prefer between Xenos and Elidibus anymore. I didn't either. They were 11 and 12, and Elidibus was 11 and Xenos was 12. So, 2 of the best Final Fantasy 14 characters. Someone was saying, was it Andres? I don't remember who it was saying, peep the drops for 14 characters. Where? Have these repeat bets ever had a different results? That happened today. How much was Xenos elevated in Endwalker to me? Like 80 spots. For reference, I mean, look at this. He went up from... He was 89, and he went up to 12. What do we got? Oh, it's really even. Xenos, slightly ahead of Elidibus, but it's super even. Xenos will win this day? Xenos is definitely better, says Andres. Have I played the raid series from Endwalker? Yes. I played Dawn Trail. I played all of Dawn Trail. I'm up to date. But I haven't done the Dawn Trail raids, I believe. Okay. Oh, this song for right now? Xenos, 51%. Elidibus, 49%. This was one of the toughest ones for me. However, the answer is... we've had a switch up. We've had a switch up. Xenos has gone ahead of Elidibus. Two of the very best... I mean, they're 11 and 12 of all time. Of the very best video game characters ever. Make me endlessly emotional. Sublime, supremely executed psychologies, especially Elidibus, who I think is out of this world from post Shadowbringers onwards. It's unbelievable. The way his psychology comes to the fore, and how you slowly understand what's ailing him, how all the memories have drifted and dissipated and diluted, and all that's left is this duty, and he just can vaguely remember the tiniest fragments of why he did this in the first place. But then we have Xenos and the shonen as hell Gurren Lagann. Something so banal as despair. Real Rose. No, I am such an advocate of that. The rains have ceased. Brilliant, blinding, gone. Xenos is too special, man. They're both too special. So anyway, sorry. Congratulations, 51% of you got it right. That was a tough one, man. Xenos conclusion versus Elidibus conclusion. Oh my god! The best dialogue for any character? He may have it. No, it's so special. It's something I misinterpreted at first as a desire to feel. It is a desire to feel, but it's something that Xenos mistakes as, and the audience as a result, at least me, mistakes as a desire to feel something, and he realizes is actually one-to-one with a desire to connect with the one person he felt he was able to, was out there to connect with. No, 5.3 Elidibus conclusion. Oh my god, I don't know. Xenos, I guess? The Rains Have Ceased is genuine literature, though. But playing the Footfalls song, can't beat that, man. Remember on stream when I was given the choice, and some people were like, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna pick... Some people were nervous. There was only one choice. I'm 0 out of 4 for bets? Oh no. We are now at the top 10, people. We're at the top 10. Yours is the mantle of The Last of Us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. Wow. Endwalker's just the greatest, man. Why'd they have to change the friggin' art for Endwalker? Why'd they have to do that on Backlogged? Like, I like this one. I like it, but it does not fit with my other favorites as well. What does Elidibus conceptualize as the joy of being The Last of Us? I see two things about it. I think that Elidibus feels great pride in being one of the last of them, the last bastion. I think he sees great importance and fulfillment and significance in that role. And so I think he sees a joy there and a happiness. Okay, bye, Andres. Bye, Andres. Every year, this will be the year, Cal. I believe. I believe. So I think there's that, but I also think, because let me reread the line. So I think that's part of what... I think that's part of... I think that those are the three things associated with being one of the last of them. Specifically, there's joy, there's burden, and solitude with the remaining Ascians. The pride being the joy. But specifically, I think that because of his memory being diluted and hollowed out, I think that all that was left for Elidibus was the burden and the solitude. So I think what he wants for us, kind of vicariously, is for us to be able to have what he didn't, which is remembering why there is that joy, why there is joy associated with it, through the memories of it. I don't know, those are a couple of thoughts. Is it high effort to maintain backlogs? Not for me, I find it very relaxing. Okay, let me just check one thing, and then we're going into the top 10, people. Alright. Should I do a bet? I feel like they're in this top 10. There are a lot of questions that people have about certain things. No, I won't do a bet for this one. Number 10. Once again, let me just say, D. Juson in chat predicted Arthur Morgan number 13, and it was true. And then predicted Dutch Vanderland Arthur Morgan number 13, Dutch Vanderland number 10.
Chaos.
Correct again. I don't know how you did that. No idea. No idea, but you got it. Thank you for gifting 10 subs to the community. Let us know if you want that to go towards something, D. Thank you so much. Enjoy Red Dead 2, Nino. I'm not going to give any specifics. I have a whole video on Dutch. Thank you so much, D, for the 10 gifted subs. If you got one, please enjoy. Please enjoy. But congratulations to Red Dead 2 for being a masterpiece. Dutch Vanderland for one of the highest debuts of all time. Let's see, there's stats, right? Biggest rise. Oh, top drops. Okay, I don't know. Oh, debut. Oh, never mind. So maybe it's here. I don't really know how to navigate this yet. It's very there's so much here. Worst ranking, best average, most consistent, most volatile, tier hoppers. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. But anyway, let's just nonetheless, Dutch is one of the highest new entries ever, straight up ever. Up there with Aizen, up there with Sasuke. He's joined the history books. Hermes. I don't think Emmett debuted above 10. I think Emmett debuted at, like, did he? I don't remember, actually. Maybe he did. Maybe I was wrong. No, I think I'm wrong. Let's see. Antagonists. 2023. He debuted at 6. Yeah. He was number 6. So yeah, only a small collection. And this just tells you how incredible the character writing, the dynamics and relationships, the voice acting of Dutch, the presentation, how just like Stringer Bell, constantly ascending, constantly aspiring to be more than he is, constantly trying to be part of the aristocracy but not belonging, being spit upon, and hating that, but then the embracing of him being the monster. Every layer is so deliberate, and the way he tries to force those above him in the muck of the swamps. Him with Bronte, one of the most exceptional scenes in the entire game. Just unbelievable. From the first stream, I knew Dutch was special. I knew he was special. I could just feel it in the air. I knew this character would be someone legendary for me, and you guys knew it too. We just knew it, and I hope there's actually more to come from him in Red Dead 1, which we'll start playing in a couple weeks. I hope there's more to come, but even as it stands, he is one of the best video game characters I have ever seen, with one of the most interesting psychologies, one of the best dynamics, with John and with Arthur and with Micah, and I talked about him a lot in my Red Dead Redemption 2 video that I released last month. He insists. Yeah, you could tell. Everyone could tell, even if you're not in the Red Dead 2 streams, you could tell. Yeah, I'm just delighted that he's this high. He truly is. And you know me with new entries. I sometimes can be a bit conservative. We'll see where he is next year. We'll see. Dutch and his gang or Griffith and his band? Dutch and the gang. Seeing him this high makes me so happy. I knew you'd love him, and with everything you've been saying about him, I knew he'd be pretty high on the list, but seeing him become an all-timer for you is so... It's always so fun to be able to experience all-time characters and series for you on stream. I know! Isn't it so great? It's so great. Thank you, first of all, Sarah. But I just love being able to share with you guys me falling in love with characters that will define me going forward, that really hit this deep. It happened with Emmett. It happened with Xenos, Elidibus, Nishiki, Kiryu, Ichiban, Dutch. Like, we've been blessed. I hope, I hope it'll happen in the future. I really think it will, with more One Piece, with more there's more Kagurabachi, more Red Dead 2, more Yakuza down the line, Metal Gear Solid maybe. I hope Deltarune. Sorry, Pepino. Oop. Favorite Dutch moment? I ain't got too much to say no more. My pleasure, D. Thanks for being a part of it. Thank you so much. Tokyo Ghoul. I was about to say Tokyo Ghoul. I don't know why I didn't. It just slipped my mind. Tokyo Ghoul. JoJo's. Maruki that high? Yeah, he's in the exact same spot as last year. He's always been super high. Hello, Geen. Honorable mention worthy antagonist? Okay, I'll take that. We will get there, Pepino, I promise. I promise. All-time favorite characters you met on stream? Emmett Selk. A lot of the ones I just said. Emmett Selk, Kiryu, Dutch, Ichiban. Xenos. Let me give you some more. Sasuke, Naruto, Luffy. I can't believe I met Luffy on stream. That sounds crazy. Ichigo, Aizen. There's a very... Wait, what's that? There's a very AJK core character waiting for you in one of the upcoming Metal Gear Solid games. Is there? I'd be disappointed if not, to be honest. With what the Metal Gear Solid games have done for me before, I'd be disappointed if there wasn't, so that's good to know. Doflamingo, yep. Yup. Anyways, congratulations to the sorry. Someone phoned me again during my top 100. To the highest new entry this year for the antagonist list. Number 9. At this point, let's just go. Let's just do it. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a bet between 7 and 8. I'll tell you 6. And then we'll just count down the top 5. But number 9. Hermes Fandaniel, just about ahead of Xenos and Elidibus still. In the conversation for the most complex, I have literal art right there of him and Medion. A gift for you, a flower. Andres is gone from... Andres isn't in chat anymore, but me and Andres have literally sent essays to each other about this character, trying to understand, get to the bottom of him, and I don't think we ever will understand him fully. He's up there with Aaron and Walter and, like the likes of Yuhabaha as the most complex character. Where his whole list wasn't here yesterday. You can... Well, yesterday wasn't a stream, but you can check out the list in the previous VODs. When I'm done, you will get access to it. But while I'm doing it, you've got to check out previous VODs. We'll love to see your takes. You could check out my VODs for Endwalker. I'm sure there's some in there. His content as Hermes or his content as Fandaniel? Again, I have a problem separating them. I don't... It's hard for me to say, to look at them as separate, because I think he's absolutely one character. But if I'm just looking at specifically how good that material is versus how good that material is, his stuff is Hermes. His stuff is Hermes. And there's number 9. One of the very best video game characters of all time. Bedtime. A bet between 7 and 8, then I tell you 6, and then we do a countdown. Who are we thinking this bet is between? There's 8 left. I think you guys know the 8 characters. Washijo and Aizen. Washijo Meruem, Aizen Washijo, Washijo Meruem, Aizen Washijo, Aizen Byato, Aizen Washijo, Meruem Poof. You think Poof is dropped from 4 to 7 or 8? Aizen Meruem? Washijo Meruem? Alright, let's... And one more thing about Hermes Van Daniel, by the way. I talk about the complexity. He wouldn't be this high if it was just complexity and if I wasn't deeply emotionally attached to him. Like Dave says, the whole Medion thing tears my soul apart. Aizen Washijo? Okay, let's see. Let's see. 7 and 8 is between Washijo, Tanji. Let's do first name, damn it. This guy is royalty. Haikyuu, or Meruem from Hunter x Hunter. Now, I told you guys I'd tell you. A couple of you guys got this one. I think Struggler got it. I told you guys I'd tell you the division in Heart and Soul. It is here. It is between 9 and 10 as of right now. The soft division is between 9 and 10, between Dutch and Hermes Van Daniel. All right. So last year, Washijo was 8 and Meruem was 6. They're now fighting for 7 and 8. I've also kind of come to terms with the fact that Washijo might be my second favorite character in Haikyuu. It feels almost inevitable. But Kageyama, though, let's say it's a tie. I don't know! Washijo's the greatest! He's so good. You watched it last night, D? Ooh, interesting. Let me just say, I've been debating him above Kageyama. Alright, so, I'll give you guys... Which is higher on the list? Washijo or Meruem? There you go. There is the gap between Ichigo and Aizen keep getting bigger. There's no correlation here, though. The thing is, Kageyama's my top one, so if it's Kageyama who's ahead, that's okay, but Washijo's top 2 material for me, so I wouldn't mind if he surpassed Kageyama for you. You win either way. You win either way. Volleyball Bomb versus Coughing Baby. Washijo is... I'm just so glad... I'm just so glad that Washijo exists as he is. And that I love him this much. He is truly exceptionally masterful. And Meruem is one of the most... has one of the best character arcs of any character I've ever seen. One of the most sublimely presented ascents and soulmate relationships with Komugi. Would I suggest starting with Haikyuu's anime or manga? Either one, whichever your favorite is. If you would love a pristine adaptation, Haikyuu's first 3 seasons have got you. Meruem would not have been able to lead Shida Torizawa to success multiple years in a row like that. That's true. But likewise, Washijo wouldn't have been able to kill a child like that. Washijo would get washed in Gungi. I have to go with Meruem. Let's see. Meruem 78%. Damn, that's more lopsided than I thought. It's funny to see the people who I know weren't here last year, because it's just funny. Wario being surprised that Oikawa is below Washijo. Like, I think for the average person, that is a surprising thing. But for me, that's what happened last year. That's kind of what people were thinking before that. Like, it's not surprising. So it's just funny to see. And it's beautiful to see people who are seeing these lists for the first time. It's just cool to me. Okay. The answer is Meruem is number 7. Just ahead of Washijo. Congrats to Meruem Nation. Six left. Oh no, Gio. The schedule. The schedule. Meruem at 7. Not too different. He was at 6 last year. All right. Number 6. Shuffle kind of new. Shuffle kind of new. Beatrice from Umineko. Number 6 of all time. Muted and leaving. Chero, don't storm out. I'm not saying anything about these characters. We've reached the point I have nothing to say. Everyone knows how I feel. Chero saw me put Beatrice. I'm out. Chero, stay here. I'm not saying anything. Don't worry. Fair to say that Beatrice is your favorite female character? Not necessarily. Aerith is up there. Shinobu. Right behind me. You probably can't see her, but I have her figure right there. Muted and leaving. That was so funny. I'm not saying anything. Once we get to these characters, unless people ask specific stuff, I'm not gonna. I've talked about Beatrice for years and years. I have nothing to add. Venant, yes, the Venant's another one. Venant, absolutely. So it's not a given that Beatrice is my favorite female character of all time, especially because also there's Aerith, there's Venant, there's Shinobu, in addition to Beatrice, but also Ava is hella close to me for Beatrice. Ava Ushiromiya is on par with Beatrice for me. What's up, Fiji? What's up? Is there anything worth telling you? Yes, there is. Geen up 10. By what episode of Umineko was she becoming an all-timer for you? 6? No, 4 maybe? Maybe 4? Geen up 10. Outside of this today. Yeah, Yuha went down 4. Ulquiorra. Not much changes outside of that. All right. Now, guys, we're down to the top 5. Oh, sorry. Rated Dynamic, Angie and Beatrice. Triple S. We're into the top 5, people. Now it's a countdown. So we have... God, who are my 5 favorite antagonists of all time? I just blanked. Crollo Lucifer. Hunter. Versus... Griffith. Berserk. Versus... Emmett Selk. Final Fantasy 14. Versus... Sosuke Aizen from Bleach. Versus... Shiapoof. Hunter. Top 5 antagonists, please DM me. I need waffles. Go with your gut. Ziggurats. What the fuck are you asking me right now, Lolo? Aizen or Ichigo? Poof, really? Do you even... How is me having Poof as one of my favorite characters surprising? Me!
Oya.
Me! The guy who for like 10 years almost has been gushing about him at any given opportunity. I'm the Poof guy. Anyways. So, the answer to what Lolo just asked, Aizen or Ichigo. Ichigo was 12 in the protagonist. Aizen is at least 5. It's Aizen. I had to come to terms with this. Aizen has been creeping up on me all year. I've been telling you guys this. I've been telling you. I haven't been lying. I have been thinking about this guy non-stop all year. He has been doing his oh yeah bullshit on me. Let me replay what Pepino just sent. All year. I can't get him out of my head. I can't.
Oya.
Thank you for the 69 bits, Pepino. Seeping crest of turbidity, arrogant vessel of lunacy, boil forth and deny, grow numb and flicker, disrupt sleep, crawling queen of iron, eternally self-destructing doll of mud, unite, repulse, fill with soil and know your own numbness. Hado number... Oh, I was wrong. It took me a second. I'm like, what is this again? Kurohitsugi. The door is open. Welcome back, Andres. Okay, let's vote. We're just voting. We're counting down. So which character is number 5? So we're doing this elimination style. Which character is number 5? Crollo? Griffith? Emmett Selk? Aizen and Poof. You have 2 minutes for this one. Oh, shoot. What? Oh my god. Every year I forget that Twitch doesn't let me put Poof in. It thinks it's a slur or something. There we go. I have to put the full name. We need to talk Aizen. I'm stunned. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. This Aizen shit scares me high key. Let me just, I guess it's worth saying this. This is not arbitrary. I don't just do a top 5 for this one. because 5 is fun. I do it because I have sincerely thought of each of these characters as potentially being top 1. With the protags, I did it for the top 4. Yakumo, I didn't really think of him being top 1 too much, but it was the top 4. But for all 5 of these, I have thought about it. Did I put Aizen Ichigo this year? Or was it kind of nebulous for a while? When I put this list together, and Aizen ended up 5th or higher, I was like, okay, let me really have a think. Let me really have a think about who's my top 1 in Bleach. And then the answer was clear. It's very close, but it is Aizen. Gonna go all for Poof. Interesting. So for reference, last year, Ahmed was number 1, Chrollo was 2, Griffith was 3, Poof was 4, and Aizen was 9. Okay, what's the vote? 0% say Chrollo, 4% say Griffith, 6% say Emmett Selk, 27% say Poof, 62% say Aizen. Remember Berserk 364? I'm remembering. You're a protag person on average, right? You did a combined... If you did a combined top 20, you would probably have more protags. Probably. That's been the case in past years. And on average, like, if you look at my number 10 for protagonists, they're probably ahead of my number 10 for antagonists. So it tends to be that protagonists are weighted a bit more. But even with that, Aizen's ahead of Ichigo. Okay, so the answer is... more or less cool, dude. The answer is... wind playing. Give me something, Shuffle. Okay. Peak. The answer is... Aizen. From number 9 to number 5. Top 5 of all time. And once you make 5 on this list, who the hell's to say where you're gonna go? No, this is a huge jump. From 9 to 5 is gigantic. Inflation? God, the wind is going crazy. My blinds are going mad. I should play Treachery. So he's nailed on for a rise next year? Not necessarily. He could drop. Who knows? The Reverse Battler. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, Pepino. Okay, let me just fix this up. I know, Shuffle wants me to put wind? Crazy. Okay. So congrats to Aizen, because that is, even though he's not a new entry, even though he didn't go up like 50 spots, to me, that is hella significant. That is hella significant. They call it courage. They do. Don't you want to see what happens next? Everything he says sinks into my brain! He's the gardener who pretends he's an architect! They call it courage! Aizen top 5. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Okay, sorry. I'm just reflecting on Aizen. Can you guys tell? Do you believe me when I say that he's taken over my brain? Anyway, we gotta move on. We gotta move on. And the thing is, oh, you remember these people on Twitter who say, when I say that Aizen is a fraud, that Aizen is a fucking loser, that he's coping? Remember Aizen's battle against Ichigo? Where the entire time he's like, I'm better than you. You're weak as hell. You can't do this to me. Blah, 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 blah. And Ichigo's just silent the entire time because he fucking knows. He pities him. Because he's a sad loser and a fraud. And when you call him that, people are going to be, no, he's not. He's raw. He's got aura. And he does, but he's also a loser. Why are you trying to make one of the greatest characters of all time less cool and complex and interesting by saying he's not a loser? It drives me insane, man. It's a compliment. Anyway. Let me just close my door. The wind's going insane right now. Being a loser destroys aura for some? It does destroy aura, though. Like, I mean, if you're a loser, it gets rid of aura, but who cares about aura? Sometimes. I mean, aura, aura is not the be-all and end-all. Aura is sometimes a contributor to character stuff, but if it's in the service of a character being overall better and more interesting and more complex and more contributory and thematically denser and more emotional or whatever, I'll sacrifice aura. Easy. So I love Aizen's aura, but my god, is he such a loser. Is he such a coper. TYBW Aizen gaslit the fandom because he's kind of goated there. As in, yes, Aizen, but the thing is, Aizen reclaims his aura after realizing how much of a loser he is. He sat in a cocoon. Well, he came out of the cocoon as this loser butterfly, and then went back into his cocoon, and went... Good God, he was cringing the whole time. He's just like, fuck. No, but in seriousness, him and Ichigo go through this same metamorphosis. He blushes. The same metamorphosis, he realizes he has to confront his own insecurities and see through Ichigo where he went wrong and what his complexes are and what he truly values in the world. And all of that. Anyways, Aizen is a masterpiece. Masterpiece. I can see you pulling off an Aizen cosplay. I could do it with the glasses. Maybe. Okay. Number 4. Number 4, people. Let's do it. Who is number 4? Oh, sorry, I didn't even give you points for Aizen. Okay. Which character is number 5? Again, this top 4 is the same as last year's top 4. The order was Emmett 1, Crollo 2, Griffith 3, Poof 4. Big G, you're up. Surely it's Poof now? I'm gonna pray for not Griffith. Was Jimmy from Dragon Ball on this list? He was. He was honorable mentions. That scene where he's mad but not surprised that Ichigo made it to the royal palace before he did in oh, yeah. Same order, you think? Interesting. Going with Poof? 1100 on Poof? You think about the goat from the Lego movie. I need to see that movie to see why that makes you think of him. Poof top 3 this year, says Lolo. Well, Poof has the vast majority of the votes. We'll see. As of right now, 0 have gone on Crollo. 60 have gone on Emmett Selk. Someone just tossed 10 on Crollo. Someone just tossed 1 on Crollo. It might be the same order, but if there is a change, it'll be Poof and Griffith swapped. Okay. Interesting. Poof top 3. I'm gonna have a stroke if Poof is not 4? Oh god, how much did you put on this? Radius? Radius, how much did you put on this? It's not too late. It's not too late. Don't bet your whole life savings on this. Don't do it. 100K? How much do you have? Well, let's see if it was worth. Let's see if it was worth. Let's see if it was worth. 1% say Crollo. Sorry, 0% say Emmett Selk, but there were a couple of waffles in there. 1% say Crollo. 20% say Griffith. 79% say Shia Poof. The answer is... 1% of you. Crollo sucks, only my 4th favorite antagonist of all time. One 1% of you got this. Congrats. By the way, like, that's insane. I think that's the lowest odds. I mean, it has to be. It's 1%. I have no idea how much they got. You got 300,000 points. You bet 1 and got 200. See, to be clear about this, let me just fix this up. To be clear about this, don't really look at this and go, oh my god, Crollo fell off, it's a drop. The way I do, the tippy top of my lists every year is, I take the collection of ones who I go, this could be top 1, and I just go, okay, let's order them. Nothing's changed with how I feel about Crollo, it's just how the list shook out, because it's basically, huge elements of them are basically a tie any given year. And this is just how I felt, is that Crollo 4th. But then there were 3. Here I thought you were Crollo FC's biggest soldier. I sure as hell am one of them still. You would ascend if Crollo and Poof switch, and Poof is 2nd now. Well, let's see. Which character is number 3? What did Andres say? AJ going back to his roots! What? AJ, what are we doing? Uh-oh. Did I disappoint you? Did I disappoint you? Griffith 75K. Oh, it's back and forth. Holy shit. You've lost every poll today? There's still 2 more. And next week. Gonna say Griffith is 3rd. I'm not the most confident, but I believe in Poof. We shall see. I have 30 waffles left. Don't play with me, AJ. You just gotta vote correctly. That's all it takes. It's Emmett 3rd, but I won't pick him. I have to believe. Trish has been dooming about the prospect of Emmett dropping for a little while now. It's pretty close. This is pretty close. I want to see it, but I don't think it's not going to happen. And it might as well have fallen into honorable mentions, I know. If you're third, you might as well be 200. Emmett appeared in Hannah's Tomodachi stream. He's safe. You think? I do love Tomodachi from the little I've seen. Oh, banger. All right. Hold on, I just gotta show this. Every time a Death Note song like this comes up. 1 second. Anyway. All right. So, the votes are... Whoa, this is hella even. Oh my god. Emmett Selk, 30%. Griffith, 31%. Someone just dropped 100k, damn. And Poof, 38%. The answer is... Poof. Up 1. And then there were 2. Poof top 3 this year. The Hunter x Hunter rankings have had a shake-up. Poof is your third favorite character, Hunter x Hunter character, also. At least. At least. At least. He's 2 or 3. Do you like Poof more in the anime or manga? Both. No preference. The manga depicts him so beautifully through his, through the incredibly off-kilter, strange way, yet beautiful in sometimes. The duality of him is incredibly presented in the manga in a way that the anime doesn't quite capture in terms of its visuals. But I think the music and the voice acting in the anime go so far. Wataru Harano's performance as Poof is one of my favorites ever. All right, people. It's all let us hear. 183 characters in the main list, 153 in the proper list. It comes down to these 2. Griffith from Berserk and Emmett Selk from Final Fantasy XIV. 2 of the very best characters I've ever experienced. This or that, Griffith or Emmett? You know what, Ziggurats? Just wait 2 minutes and I'll give you the answer. Not necessarily, Struggler. Where was Griffith before? Griffith was 3 before, and Emmett was 1 before. So it's a rise for Griffith no matter what, yeah. Forgive me, a sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Oh, I know, Mel. That whole sequence is so sublimely bizarre. I freaking love it. Griffith rise due to reread? I didn't reread Berserk. As with everything in this top 5, it's all just... These are all characters that could be number 1? How do I order them? Is Beatrice terrible now? Awful character. Awful character. Did I listen to that one song again? Maybe. Maybe. What's it looking like? Look at this. A bit of a landslide. A bit of a landslide. All right, so 89% say Emmett Selk, 11% say Griffith. I still can't believe. Can we just really deep that Crollo had 1% of the vote and was the answer? That was crazy. That was insane. The answer is Emmett Selk. Cleat number 0. So, this year, Andres kind of has the right of it. I said it was like a tie between who's number 1, and like I just figured it out, like I just did it by vibes. That was a little bit of a lie. There was only ever one number 1. As opposed to protagonist in fiction, where it's incredibly close. This one wasn't particularly close. Emmett just feels right as my number 1. He is in the conversation for the greatest character I've ever experienced, and so is Griffith, but Emmett is definitely better for me. More emotional, more complex, more long-reaching, seeps himself into my mind more than almost has done for years. Emmett Selk or Gone Freaks? I don't know. Trish, I would answer you if I knew. When it comes to my absolute tippy top, like my tippy top 7 or 8, it's a mess. No, me too, Andres. Me too. Emmett or Gone? I know the answer. I don't! I promise, I would tell you if I did. Can a mod redeem... I'm so interested to see how those changes manifest in the fiction list. Would you say there's a correlation? I think in some situations there's definitely a correlation. I think you can see certain changes for protags and antags, and you'll see it, you can guess something in the fiction list because of that, and you'd be right. But there are also a couple of situations where it's kind of there isn't a correlation. There's a bit of both. I guess my little hint is there's probably more correlations than otherwise. But it definitely isn't set in stone that, a big rise for a character in a series means that series is definitely going up, or vice versa. Did something change for you with Griffith this last year? Nope. Nope. Anyways, let's give you your points, you 89%ers. Yeah, I paid out, thank you. A whole stream just dedicated to the top 10 AJ characters of all time? Okay, you want to know some who will be on it? Emmett, Gon, Kiryu, Hinata, Killua, Griffith. Fuck it, I don't know, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. Kageyama. Anyways, that's it, guys. So let's just finish this up. Let's just finish this up. So Dave, are you here? Are you still here? I know, sorry, this took a little bit, but I think you're here? Hence why the 5-hour stream of you agonizing over it is necessary. That's true. I'd come to a conclusion by the end of it. It would just be very painful. I'm watching? Beautiful. So, let me just make a link to this. Anyone with the link? Copy link. Done. Okay. I do not know the shape of his pain, nor how it shaped him into the man he became, but I know that when man first tasted loneliness and fear, bitterness and despair, he shared it in their torment. It's beyond words, man. Some of you guys who have not played Final Fantasy XIV would adore the character writing in Final Fantasy XIV. Anyways, this is the biggest fall. You can view this yourself. Here's the link. You should be able to view it. Dave, if you're able to add it to the master list, that would be amazing. If not, no need right away. The biggest fall, Maria from Silent Hill 2. The biggest rise, Isho Arakawa from Akane Banashi. Hopefully Celix. We'll see. These are all the new additions. And the wall of honorable mentions. And this is what we went through over the past 2 streams. Who do you have stakes on the most next year? Do you want me to answer? So, boom. I have my eye on you. The music's crazy right now. I have my eye on you, you freaking. Right there. And then also, Arima, Tokyo Ghoul. And also, they aren't on the list yet. But a certain Deltarune character. A certain Deltarune character, also Emu and Blackbeard. Eto, not, I mean, Eto 2, I'm less sure about where Eto's gonna go. Roaring Knight, yeah. And sorry, Aldohan asked me, more tragic character, Verso or Poof? I don't know who's more tragic. They're 2 of the most tragic characters I've ever seen. Vegeta? I don't think Vegeta's an antagonist. Oh, that's good idea, though. Piccolo? No, Piccolo won't be an antagonist. Majin Buu, Frieza, Cell. Boom. But I don't think Vegeta's an antagonist. And here's another one. A character from Metal Gear Solid. I think Metal Gear Solid will give me a preem antagonist. Metal Gear Solid 4 or 5. Roaring Knight versus Griffith in a year will change everything. Everything. Poof or Verso, who's more tragic? Poof, I guess? Top 5 characters with evil aura? Micah Bell. Aizen or Battler? I think... I don't know. I'd have to think about that. My gut instinct is to say Aizen to answer the question, but I don't know if that's true. Ahmed Warrior of Light dynamic or Gon Killua dynamic? Gon Killua dynamic. Guts or Griffith? I don't know, Ophi. Guys, I'm sorry. Some of these I don't know. I have not... If I were to sit down and really sit with my feelings and meditate, I'd be able to tell you. My instinct is to say Guts, but with Griffith being number 2, I'd have to reflect on if that's true. My instinct is to say Guts. Evil Aura, Mahito. Meditation stream? Hey, don't tempt me. Micah Bell, Mahito. Seri Donihi. Who won? Emmett Selk. Evil Aura. Kire, I don't think Kire's like cut and dry evil. Is Emmett Selk for me? Emmett Selk is for everyone. So yeah, Sophie. Yes, he is. Illumi? That's true. I don't think I'd say Illumi has holistic evil aura, though. Kingdom Ziggurats? Interesting. Interesting. Emmett Selk is... All that I appreciate about fiction is encapsulated by Emmett Selk, and not only that, but sorry, the music was going wild. But I relate to him. I relate to him so strongly. Bro is a slave to sentiment. Bro is a slave to nostalgia, and that is me. That is me. I'm overwhelmingly nostalgic and sentimental to a fault at times. Say when I think about Pokemon Black, I really like the way it gets across unity through entropy, unity through chaos and diversity, and how the theme is sort of yin and yang. I talk about it in my video on Pokemon Black and White. One day I'll get to meet him. I hope so, D. You would be stunned at this character, I think. Evil Aura? Mayuri from Bleach? Ichibei has evil aura? He kind of does, even though I don't think I'd call him evil. I like the Reen take. Reen being really high for Ophi. No, Raph. A bunch of redeems came in really quickly. Sorry, one sec. Xenos and Warrior of Light Dynamic, or Vana and Warrior of Light Dynamic. That could be my top two. Not to say it is, but like it's in the conversation for my top two. I guess Vana. I don't know. Maybe Xenos. Vana. He exudes evil aura during his conclusion, Mel. During his conclusion, he does. I've not seen BoJack, no. Top 5 series where your favorite character isn't a protagonist or antagonist. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Sorry, Raph, I can't find your redeem. One second. Oh, say what I say about Lysander from Pokemon. Honestly, the character... I do like the evolution of him from X and Y into Z and A, and the sort of through line of his ideals and the way he approaches, I guess, the conflicts in the world. I find that to be natural and authentic and organic, and I bought into it. He's never really super entranced me, but he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Top 5 series where your favorite character isn't a protagonist or an antagonist. Monogatari? Is Emmett still top 1? He is. Let me just see. Thank you, Dave. It's now in the master list. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ace Attorney? Yup. Thank you, Tom. Herlock Sholmes, my beloved. Mad Men? Link for master list? Just type exclamation point top 100 in chat, and you got it. Fate Zero, I don't know who my top 1 in Fate Zero is. It could be Fate Zero, because it could be Ryder, it could be Waver. Let's just say Fate Zero for that. And the Kagurabachi's true. Yeah, that's true. JJK? I don't know if that's true anymore, though, after Modulo. What was the section of the list that was hardest to rank? I'll tell you exactly. It was... It was... Basically from 80-ish to Blackbeard-ish. Tier 4 is amazing. Danganronpa 2? Yeah, Danganronpa 2. Nagito. Nier as well. Kaine. The Biggest Fall? You can check. So all this stuff is on the list that you can check yourself, but to show you, like, everyone has access to the list now, just do a top 100 command. The Biggest Fall is Maria from Silent Hill 2, from 91 to honorable mentions. How do I feel about Victor these days? You could check my first VOD, because I talked about him quite a bit on Monday, when he was entered into the list. I love Victor. Victor's one of my favorite characters in Arcane. He's fallen a little bit over the past year and a bit or so. I think he doesn't, for some reason, he doesn't quite stick in my mind as powerfully as he did before. Speaking of the, characters being good as an antagonist versus as a protagonist or whatever we talked about before, he doesn't stick in my mind quite as much as an antagonist as he did when he was just a protagonist in Season 1. But I still deeply love him, and his dynamic with Jace is my favorite in Arcane. Did Oscar make the list? Yes, he did. And you guys, any questions about the list? You can now check yourself. Maybe someone's watching the VOD. You can just do a little top 100 in chat, whether or not I'm online. You can just do that, and you can check the list yourself, do a control find for anything you're curious about. Thank you again, Dave, for making this available. And for anyone on YouTube, just go to my Twitch chat, type ! top 100 if you want to see this yourself. And yeah, you can view this at your leisure. Askeladd did make the list. And yeah, Lockjaw is in honorable mentions. I had to look up who Remick was. Sinners, great character. FF7? Yeah, FF7 too. FF7 has my favorite character is not a antag or protag. Okay, I think with that, guys, we'll leave it there. I think that's all for today. It is Aerith, yes. I think that's all for today. Thank you so much for joining me for yet another hefty 5-hour stream for these character rankings. I had a lot of fun. I thought it was tons of fun. I thought it was really hype to count down and everything. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun with all the bets and the nonsense and the gushing and the celebration and everything. And next week, we will finish it up with the comprehensive list of top 100 fiction of all time. Some big additions, some big rises, some big falls, more bets. But before that, on Friday, we have a One Piece movie day, which will be tons of fun. It's been a long time since then. On Sunday, we have One Piece Chapter 1181 stream, reaction and discussion. But then Monday, we start Top 100 Fiction. So thank you so much. No arcs this year? I already did an arc this year. I did it in December. If I did it so close, or November, if I did it so close after finishing, it wouldn't have many changes. So we're going to be doing arcs again, just down the line. Not until months and months from now when I finish Dragon Ball, Tokyo Ghoul, more chapters of other stuff, more shows, stuff like that. So the arc ranking streams are staggered from these because I do them at different time of the year. Me too, Trish. Me too. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day. See you in the Discord and or on Friday. Thank you so much.